Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is Matriarchs Day. It is May 12th, 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2025 on the ancient sun calendar, and 2024 on the Greco-Roman civic calendar. We are so grateful for the matriarch. So we first, before we do any business, let's just go ahead and throw it up for the matriarchs, Islam. Thank you so much, matriarchs, for all that you have done and will do. And this is the part I'm excited about, where matriarchs are concerned. Let me speak to our sisters who are not yet mothers and who will be mothers one day. We are going to make it national business to celebrate. We're just going to overdo it. Every time even one of you is expecting another heir, we're going to overdo it. I'm telling you now, we're going to overdo it. It's a big deal to have another heir come into this dimension, because we know there's only one way for heirs to come into this dimension, and there's only one who can do that, and that's the Moorish matriarch, Islam. And for that, we are absolutely grateful. With that being stated, all rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices, and Eggleston Pauline Denise Ritchie, my free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. And I really should say that is my divinely chosen appellation given to me by my ancient ancestors, is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original, indigenous, divine, ancient, sovereign, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We are the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are exercising and demonstrating and being the law by our sovereign status, which is the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 Living United States District 4 Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees. We are the divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and title trustors and trustees for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We recognize ourselves as well. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war, and we exercise and demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. The principles that we share, along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, are stare decisis, res judicata, an ancient positive supreme law for the land long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments at earth, and for this we are grateful. Islam. So what we will to do is share our screen And just 1 moment. Islam. Okay. Islam. So with that being stated, again, high honors, the highest honors to all holy, sovereign, ancient, original, indigenous matriarchs today, and every day, actually. So for us, every day is Matriarch's Day because there's not a single day that we're not a matriarch. No day goes by that the earth is not blessed with a matriarch somewhere, which is all of us, Islam. And let me just say a special, super duper high holy honor to the matriarchs for this Congress who have taken up their mantle, retrieved their crown and their throne, and said to themselves and stated to themselves, we shall govern Islam. That is huge. It's huge. In fact, no peace exists without the matriarchs governing. Therefore, we govern in the past, present, and future. So with that being stated, we have a couple of financial and economic awarenesses that we will to place on the record again. We've stated some of these things before, but there's one or two economic and financial and wealth awarenesses, and I think I'll change the word economic to wealth awareness, and we spell it with an E on the end. So the previous era was indeed the last era. It was the last era for debt notes, U.S. debt, period. That was bygones be bygones. Now we know that there are some who are still seemingly plugged into that matrix, but that matrix, we removed it. It does not exist. It was a fictitious mirror image, but distorted at best. So and grossly fraudulent at worst, even more so. Therefore, anything that we will to have in our nation, we must plant it in our nation, which we've done that with more sovereign Delium gold receipts, gold, silver, our courts, our own money system, both lawful and legal, and the many other beautiful demonstrations that have come from this Congress, that have been birthed by this Congress. Our money system is truth. It is real, and it is ours. And it's ours to share with the whole earth. With that being stated, again, our more sovereign Delium gold receipts is a continuation of the wealth that our ancestors had 10, 15, 20,000 years ago, even 10 and 15 and 20 million years ago. It's just a continuation of that wealth. Our ancestors sent us here to manifest that, and we've done that. So now we're moving forward with further demonstration of that and introducing more sovereign Delium to the whole earth and the world. So with that being stated, we have a question for the Congress. this is to think about, just something for us to think about and to discuss briefly. In fact, let me ensure that the Congress is open for us to speak. One moment. One moment. Okay. Islam. And what we'll do. Okay. So, in looking at the previous funny mirror, the previous era, my question to this Holy Congress is this: why is it that the actors that were previously acting as U.S. Federal Reserve could, quote unquote, print money but still be in debt? If you can print money, it seems as though you would be able to just print it and get rid of the debt. So, is there anyone who has an answer to this particular question, or some wisdom for this particular question? Islam, Empress.
In the first place, what they replace, what they call themselves replacing lawful money with, was a debt, and you can't pay a debt with a debt.
Islam, Empress, that's great wisdom right there. You cannot pay a debt with more debt notes. So, whenever we're looking at, whenever in the previous era, in the previous era's enactment, when we looked at things called bills, quote unquote, no matter how much you give, it still hadn't paid anything. No matter how many Federal Reserve debt notes you give, you still hadn't paid anything. And that's why no one ever was able to get ahead except for those who operated with debt.
Islam?
Islam.
I'd like to answer that question.
Yes, Islam.
Why is it that a Federal Reserve that can print money is in debt? Because they can never print money. They were printing substitutes. They were never printing money. They were printing fake claims on our estates that were being settled and proclaimed in their old acting era as legitimate lawful tender for tax purposes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and for their employees / Federal Reserve agents. That's who it was for, and that's what it was to be used for. It was never money. That's why they were in debt. Islam.
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 Islam nobility.
How are you, my sister?
All is well, Justice Willie. How are you doing?
I'm here, my sister. How have you been?
Oh, amazing. Watching our ancestors rule and have dominion over the earth.
Yes, Babylon is definitely falling. But I want to attempt to answer the question, and I know I'm always a contrarian.
Yes.
So, because I like to stimulate people's thinking.
Yeah.
Now, originally, yes, gold and silver is money, and we all know that.
Yes.
But if I am going to Jamaica, where I'm from, to buy a house in and I need the gold bullion, it's rather strenuous for me to take $50 million worth of gold to buy a house. Therefore, mankind has come up with an idea. I will keep the gold for you and give you a piece of paper to say, yes, you have the gold. That piece of paper shows it is gold backed. So I can jump on a plane and use that piece of paper and say, hey, the bank in Canada have some money for me. And that's fine. And that makes sense. However, what has caused the problem is that man has become greedy. So God forbid, I get killed in Jamaica. Instead of passing that gold over to the family, they keep it for themselves. He ain't returning. Or they probably is even the one to set up his death because of greed. So the idea that they came up with a piece of plastic and make us have a McDonald's or a Burger King or a veggie steak or whatever, it's not a bad idea than for us to carry around these good, big, heavy gold bars in our pocket weighing us down. But the problem is, again, the greed that sets in. That's my problem. There was greed. Everything starts with greed. Nothing technically is wrong. Well, not nothing. There's a lot of things wrong with the system that they have created because of the greed. The next thing, should they decide, based on my study of economics, decide to pay off the debt tomorrow, what would happen? Imagine $35 trillion is poured into the economy. Everything, all the debts is wiped out. Now, people will have so much money that they will begin to buy all kind of stuff, thereby not producing enough. Then comes inflation again. So with a lot of money comes people going to spending and sending up the cost and value of things, which is what is inflation. However, if the government was doing a good job and using the interest rate to keep things steady, which is what they're supposed to originally do, keep things steady, not too much demand and not too little demand, and keep it balanced. We call it, I forget what we call it in economics. Supply. Yeah. What did he say?
Supply and demand.
Yeah, we keep it equilibrium. That's the one I'm trying to find, the word I'm trying to find. So, as I said, what has come wrong with the whole system is the system of corruption and greed along the way. Otherwise, it would not be a problem, because when I need a McDonald's, I can use my piece of plastic, get my McDonald's. As opposed to I'm in the wilderness, I have to wait till a buffalo walk by, shoot him, cut him up, cook him, and all of that. But the greed is what messes us up. Nothing else. The greed and corruption with the system. I yield.
Islam. Thank you. And it's great to hear your voice, Justice Will, just so that you're aware of the Congress is honored to have you here.
Nice to be here.
Islam. Empress Rosalind, and then there were two others, two voices that I heard.
Michael. Okay, I'll wait.
Islam. Thank you, Justice Dumois, and the other Justice Ambay.
Thank you as well, Justice Dumois, for letting me have the floor. Honorable Matriarchs Day to you, Empress Light.
Thank you, Empress, and same to you.
Okay, I noticed that there, I think during Lincoln time, if that was a time they did the Reconstruction Act, I know that they were in war, and so you know, we're using today is private military script, right? And so, you know, and it seems that they keep us in war to justify using the script, even though it's not backed by gold. It should be backed by gold either way. Yeah, that's why I think that why they keep so why is it that the U.S. Reserve can't print? That's why they can print the currency, even though it's debt, because we're in war, and there's even some law that says they're warring against the people or something like that. So I think as long as they stay in war, they keep printing it, even though it's accumulating debt. But I think that's still justification of doing it and why they print it.
Islam, indeed, Islam. Those precepts that you just spoke about are definitely part of it. Islam. There were two nobles who were going, Justice Dumois, and then the other justice as well.
Islam. Well, Justice Willie took me for a long ride when he was talking about the gold and it's too heavy. But we have in our government the Delium. It's paper.
Yeah.
So that'll knock that out about the gold.
Yeah.
And so he took me on a ride so far about it can get McDonald's or Burger King or whatever he was doing. I understood how he was doing, that. But all I can say, we are the government. They never been the government. As we were talking about the private and the government last meeting. They're not the government, so their money is fiat. It's not going back. So I'll just leave it there, and I think you know how to straighten it out.
Yeah, Islam.
Islam. I was just getting in line at the moment.
Okay. There was another noble who was, or empress that was going to say something.
Islam.
There you go, Justice Amzite, I believe it is.
Yes. All honest to all mothers. Happy Matriarch Day.
Thank you.
I'll be real brief. From the imperial records, these people never paid their tribute, so they still in debt to our ancestors. Second, they've been playing these reindeer games like they some kind of authority. So they would be forever in debt because they owe our ancestors. And since our ancestors are not here, they indebted to the heirs. And they have nothing to give but labor. That's it. And I just yield with that. I don't want to be long-winded.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. And we are our ancestors' return. So yes, the debt is owed to the lords for the land, which is all of us. Islam. Empress Angel.
Islam. I don't know if there was somebody else before me.
Islam.
There we go.
Empress this is Empress Cynthia, and I just wanted to make the point that before the Delium, there was no proper public rebuttal against that instrument that they had everyone using on the planet. So, Islam.
Oh, Empress, you just gave me goosebumps with that truth. Nope, there had to be, though, a proper rebuttal for it. And that proper rebuttal had to go through the processes that we've gone through, that we've taken the Delium through. Not just standing our own securities in exchange, but also the voting, the congressional vote, because the people had to approve it. It couldn't just be one or two of us. It had to be the people approving it. And we've done so much, so many processes and steps, opening of the treasury and things of that nature, having a place for the Delium to go. We, all of that, putting the legal systems in place, because the legal systems had to be our system. It had to be something we created, So that just we've done many things. This Congress has, and that is one that I just stand very firm and proud of. Islam. I yield.
Islam.
Empress Angel was waiting for after Empress Cynthia, and then Noble Phoenix after Empress Angel, please.
Islam, yes. Happy Holy Matriarch Day to all the matriarchs, Empress Light, and everybody, including myself. Yes, and so with that stated, a few things. First of all, it's unconstitutional that they cannot emit bills. So the Constitution was drafted from the treaty. So it's also it's anti-treaty that they emit bills and debt. So that part. And if I may just share a brief story that happened in this part of the contiguous states. Let's see, I think it was Thursday or Friday. The actors in the office of governor and mayor conducted a raid, a statewide raid on cannabis shops, and they enacted closing them all down and they violated on not having like proper licensing for either it be tobacco of some kind and flavoring, whether it be hookah flavoring of some kind. Mm-hmm. And they all got shut down for guess how many strongs?
2, probably.
Exactly.
and it was a guess based on what we prophesied.
It was Friday, actually, the day after we had our Congress. So yes, I just like to state that we recognize that their way in which they are acknowledging what we've stated as far as their command to do as commanded is being seen. Yeah. So we notice, we say Islam, because, they were also, because they said that they have no license for a flavor of hookah. They had no license to sell cigarettes, tobacco, and they can't issue the licenses anymore. So, yeah, those things.
Empress, thank you for pointing that out. This Congress, I just hope in my spirit that every Congress sovereign here knows how powerful our words are. Very, very powerful words. Every word we speak, every word we state is very powerful, and we know that when we issue the law, it must be obeyed and followed. And for that, we're grateful. It's if we don't issue the licensing, whoever it is might as well just not be in business, because all licenses come from the government. The government, the government, and not any other. And there are Moors who know the licensing process at New York Territory, and so it is incumbent upon you all to issue proper licensing. And see, we know that anybody can type up a little certificate, but you must be holding the lien on the place. You must be holding the lien to the land. You must know the process. There must be proper bonding for that to take place, because that was one of the things that we were stating in our, when we first woke up. We were taught to say to ask for proper bonding. Is everyone bonded? And no one was bonded. No one was bonded. They didn't have any bonds that were legal bonds. And when we say legal, again, it's according to our legal system that any bonds are valid. So, we'll just keep moving. And those who and we made this statement about 5 or 6 years ago, and we're seeing it manifest now, that it is not wise to start a business on a fiat platform. It's just not a good idea. It's not a good idea because the fiat, that was so last era. And that's why all of that is happening. So anyone thinking that they bought a license and used fiat found out that no, you didn't do that. And they could literally go through each product and say, no, you don't have a license for this, you don't have a license for that, that's another $1,000. You don't have a license for that, that's $15,000. You don't have a license for that, that's $20,000. And they're just going to debt them all the way out. Yes, the Moors should absolutely be in business. We should absolutely be doing commerce. We should be doing mercantilism. We should be doing all of that. Your foundation must be based on lawful and legal money, where you don't accept fiat and you don't give it. Period. Period. Because it's not legal, it's not lawful, it's outlawed. And we stated that. We gave plenty of notice to everyone. So when we hear of the system doing what the system is supposed to do, we say Islam, we see that, that what Congress has stated is truth. So Noble Phoenix, I believe, was someone else? Noble Phoenix, I believe, was going to make a statement.
It'll come back to me. I don't forget what I was going to say, but never mind. It'll come.
Empress Rosalind.
Islam. I wanted to say that I noticed that is a huge problem with some of the churches that I've talked to, because in their practice they're free, and they're paying their tithes. Window. It doesn't equate with them, and when I really get in deep with them, they're like, "Oh no, you out your mind," because to tell them that they haven't paid for anything, their minds start calculating. I talked to one lady; she was like, "That means the house I got in Florida, I don't own it," and I was thinking to myself, "Sister, you better run down there and go secure it because." It ain't true. I just want making a joke to myself in my head because she said, her mind started reeling. So it's like all this stuff that they invested in, it like, they're like, nope, I don't want to accept what you're saying, even though they're supposed to be children of God. And so if they heirs to the gold, that money is, they still, because they're so invested into all the toiling that they did to get what they got, they don't want to hear it. Mm-hmm. And so even after I point some things out, they go on with their sermons preaching what they preach, and so it's like it's like, so if your pastor got blockage, your flock is going to have blockage too, and so they're reaching a whole lot of people, and telling them what the direction that they're going is right, without no turnaround, no repentance. And so, I can see why, it's just so difficult for people to understand, because it's supposed to be people who are in right standing with the word, teaching people right. Mm-hmm. And they're saying that, no, what you're doing, that's wrong. Almost like they saying I'm a criminal or something. For saying we're going in the wrong direction, we're supposed to be using gold and silver to pay debt.
Yeah. Like the Constitution didn't really say that.
Right. Like, yeah, because even if they want to say, because the scriptures say, obey your government. They didn't say obey a colonist government. They said obey yours. So so if your government is supposed to be based on scripture, well then, that gold and silver is matching up with the Constitution, and there just should be no argument.
And it matches up to the Bible also, both Old and New Testament.
Yeah. And so, so I can see why people just have this blockage when it comes to understanding that they need to make that correction. It's too hard. It's too much for them. They don't want to do the work to turn around, so they just want to reject it.
Well, we know what happens when truth is rejected these days.
What happens?
They're not going to be able to keep anything that they have.
Oh yeah, I know. They're gonna be crying.
So why would they, when they think about all of their energy that they put into it, why wouldn't they want to do the study and do the work to get it corrected so they could keep what they have? Because think about this, many Moors in declaring their nationality lost things and they didn't really lose it. They don't know it yet. They didn't really lose anything. But that enactment was done, and that was a sacrifice that they made in order to stand and be themselves on the land.
Mm-hmm.
So our ancestors have not in any way forgotten about that and let that go. That's why there are so many promises in all the documents, to include the Biblios and the Circle 7, that says that we will reap way more than we, quote unquote, lose in the testing.
Right.
And we haven't lost it. It's still here. Domiciles and conveyances, they're still here. We haven't lost anything.
Yeah.
And then here's the thing that Moors must know, is that when you get the one process right, when you do the one process for the domiciles and conveyances and you get it right, guess what? Nobody can stop you. And we're not going to be greedy and just try and take everything, but you can get more. You can get 10 more domiciles and 100 more conveyances when you get the process right. The process and the energy. Let me make sure that we put that in there, because see, the process is the letter. The Biblio says the letter killeth, but the spirit maketh that letter alive. And so with the right energy, the right spirit, and the right process, you're going to reap multiple abundance. You're going to. We're seeing it happen right now. We're seeing it happen even now. So, they don't have to lose everything. And here's the thing, whatever when they're standing and demonstrating, the ancestors will sometimes remove that one thing just to see what you're going to do. Temporarily remove it, because it's not permanently removed. You're most likely going to get many others that are better than that when the energy, the process, both lawful and legal, are correct. And that comes, the most correct thing that we can do is demonstrate whatever we know in spirit and in truth. That actually, spirit and truth corrects even a process that may not always be, I's dotted and T's crossed. We've seen that. When we first woke up and we started demonstrating our spirit, we did what we knew to do. And the ancestors gave us grace and remedy, and then said, okay, you didn't do that process all the way correct, but you get the reward anyway. Now, go back and study some more and then do some more, put some more on the record. And I tell you, that's what the Grand Rising is. So, for those who toiled and worked in a slave system and will to keep and appreciate what they have and what they've earned, status is first. Status is first, because you must be in your proper status to even claim anything. For your claim to even be considered, your status must be correct. And status is bloodline and birthright from ancient times, according to treaties, and all of that. And we know that Moors and Moorish Americans and Al Moroccans, we know that that's the bloodline and birthright. We know that. I'm going to put a link in the chat, and I'll put the link in the chat maybe after the Congress, because it's not really, it doesn't really go on the congressional record. But the link in the chat that I'll put, it's a quote unquote Christian video, supposedly, but it's really not. And within the first few minutes of the video, you can see that they're really, really concerned about Islam at America and all that has to do with Islam at America. Very concerned about it.
Islam. I wanted to say that's another thing when you talk about bloodline and birthright, because they in the Christian sector, I've noticed that they want to include everybody in this bloodline and birthright, and so that's an issue because they're still not identifying themselves, so they're still haven't come out of hiding and come back into their theocratic government, because they're trying to make everybody of the same bloodline birthright through Christ. So when you talk about there's an actual bloodline that like everybody else has, it sounds like we're being evil or harming someone in some kind of way because we're making a distinction. It's wrong.
Well, here's the thing. All they have to do is read the Bible to know that the disciples and Christ made the distinction also in the bloodline and birthright. When Paul was in jail, he had to declare who he really was in order to get out. But he was at first they thought he was one bloodline, and he said, no, this is who I am. And when he stated his bloodline and birthright, they had to let him out. It's all about the blood. Now, let me say this about that wanting to include everyone. Everyone is included, but in the proper status. Our subjects have our nature because we gave them our nature. That's called naturalization. When they're in their proper status, because see, that's what original Christendom was and is and will be. Christendom is we gave them a name, and by giving them a name, that gave them the nature. That naturalized them, not nationalized, naturalized them to be subjects on our land. They are well aware of that. See, the narrative has been something other than that, but they know who they are. Just ask the people, just go to Russia. And when we say Russia, we're not talking about the country of Russia corporation. We're talking about Russia. Go to Russia and they'll tell you that they're subjects of the Moors. That's not a secret to anyone else at Earth. Not a secret to anyone else at Earth. So, yes, everyone is included. There is redemption for the subjects. The Christians that are Moors, let me say that a different way. The Moors who feel that they are Christians, they do have to declare that they're the Christ. Because see, Yeshua never said that he was a Christian, because Yeshua is the Christ, and so are we. So they must know that they are the Christ that they've been praising and worshiping and thinking they've been praising and worshiping and talking about and paying tithes to and things of that nature. Those that are of the original indigenous bloodline must know that they must save themselves first and then all others. That's just how that goes. So, you know, there is here, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go ahead and place the link in the chat where the commercial Christians got the memo just within the first 10 or 15 minutes of the video. They got the memo that, you know, all is well, that we're here. And it bothered them. It worried them. But it is what it is. Islam. Noble Phoenix. Noble Phoenix.
Okay, I had to unmute myself. You had made the point earlier how it made you feel a certain way when she brought up, you know, the point earlier we were talking about, you know, our delirium, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. And the point that I was going to make was that I too felt that way because once it seemed like we had no way out for the longest time because we didn't have an alternative that we knew about. That's all it was. Once we found out what the alternative was for us to have our own currency, our own lawful backed money. That changed everything. And I mean everything for me personally. Because from that point on, my goal has been to make this thing work the way it was supposed to work, to manifest it, to show it, so that, and use it. And even now, amongst our, you know, circle, you know, we're working on, again, distributing that amongst ourselves between our trusts behind the scenes. Because if we expect the people in the public to use our currency, our money, lawful money, how the heck can we not be using it amongst ourselves first? You've mentioned that. I've mentioned that. We've discussed it, and we're putting that into motion. So, likewise, I'm just ecstatic that we have it because it is a game changer for manifestation. So all of the problems that we had in the past, because we didn't have any real money, we had their private script, which they 100% controlled, and made sure you only had enough to pretend like you were going to get somewhere. They wanted to make sure that's the way the system was set up, especially against the heirs, because they're feeding on your estate, so you could never have the real money as far as they were concerned, because they're busy making, as Todd says, peanut butter sandwiches at your expense, right? So now that that's out of the way, it's time for us to do the awakening. That's what we're doing, and that's what we're manifesting. That's what we're marching towards. We've already conquered that. We've already seen it. We've already implemented it. It's already happened, past tense. So we're just waiting for the rest of the manifestation. That's it. So
and that's up to us. That's not even up to anybody else. It's
up to us. It's up to us. Islam.
Indeed. I'm just grateful that the Moors have accepted the fact that they are the money, that we've all accepted the fact that we have every right and authority and power and control to issue our own money. And for that, we're just so grateful. With that being stated, here's the thing even about our money. When our money is issued, here's what you're doing. You're issuing something to someone, or even when you traded between each other, like we've been doing for years now. We've only accepted donations in Delium, in our money. We preferred that over these last years, even to gold and silver, even though we've received gold and silver for some things. And we've received trillions in Moore Sovereign Delium in donations. Moors are faithfully giving every month to our work. And for that, we're grateful, because we wouldn't have it any other way. We wouldn't have it any other way. We prefer our own. And with that being stated, when Delium is traded between each other, whatever you give to them, you've given them a credit that they can use elsewhere to give more credit and produce more credit. So you're not giving debt, you're giving credit. Now, along these same wealth lines, alignment, the fact that they were printing, quote unquote, their own money, supposedly, and it wasn't real money, it was debt, but could not pay any debt because you can't pay debt with a debt, is proof that they did not own the assets that they were claiming. That's why it was backed by nothing, because they didn't own anything. So by their own acting, we know that those pieces of paper they were not backed by anything, and the actors didn't own anything. So with that being stated, there's some information that has come to us in the spirit realm that just really just expanded our mind regarding even Bitcoin and blockchain. And I'm going to put that in air quotes because we know that that is an enactment. So I'm not really sure how much this Congress knows. I know there are some who know all about Bitcoin and blockchain and how they work, the inner workings of them. We did the study as well because we study finance, we study money, we study wealth, and our ancestors have been so generous with us with the information that they showed us some more information even about that. Why is it impossible? Impossible. I mean, it's not possible at all for Bitcoin and blockchain technology to work if not created by this government. Can anyone just hazard, can anyone state, just take a guess?
Islam,
nobility.
Non-physicality?
Correct. That is absolutely, that's truth from day one. That's like foundational truth. Yes, that's definitely one of the main reasons why. Because there's nothing physical. That's why it can't be called property.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Well, all right then. I guess that just shut that conversation up.
Islam.
Empress Rosalind and then Empress Angel. We cannot hear you. Your signal is going in and out, Empress Rosalind. Empress Shatali, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Go ahead, Empress Angel, and then maybe hopefully we can come back to Empress Shatali. Clear Islam, yes. Angel.
So it does not meet the requirements by weights and measures. So because gold and silver has weights and measures, and that's how you determine value. So to say that Bitcoin and blockchain technology, and then again, it says technology, right? So technology is a functional use thing that, we use at leisure. we use technology for leisurely things.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sure use it as like a service if you was to do, let's say you had a PI, private investigative service you was providing, and you use technology to track and trace, somebody who, whatever situation. That's just this example that came to my mind. But anyway, it's the technology. It has no weights and measures. Therefore, it cannot be nominated a value.
Truth.
Islam.
Pure truth. Islam, Empress.
So if it was based on nothing from nothing leaves nothing. It was fraud from the beginning.
It was.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
Because we the only one with the Midas touch.
Islam. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Islam. We affirm. Islam nobility.
My take on this Bitcoin and digital currency is just they raising the bar of fraud at a higher level, because these people have been birthed by fraud. Everything they do is fraudulent, and they only take it to a higher level. When you think that they're going to stop, they just try to take it at a higher level. Because what I've realized that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency was supposed to be an alternative to their system, but it is not. It is not. Because I have some Bitcoin and all of that, and I was introduced to this from the time it was $250 before the consciousness and the Great Awakening. And what I'm realizing now is that the government of Canada have hijacked the system to say, yeah, this fake government, we know. They're saying that, you'll get some messages from Coinbase sometime where you have your stuff. Say, the government of Canada says you must report so and so. So before you can move on, you need to do X, Y, Z. And I'm saying, hold on. But this is supposed to be an alternative. How is it that I'm reporting to them? So, I think it's just they're setting us up for us to, some of us still want to pour out some of our wealth in that, but it's not advisable. You can dabble in it. But do not sell your house to put in it. That's all I can say. Approach everything with caution, Yeah, I yield.
Islam. So, Islam Empress. There you are.
Right when I wanted to say something, my internet started acting up. But I wanted to point out that when some people say, okay, well, the Native Americans, they're indigenous on the land too. And we're not quite sure where the Moors fit in and stuff, but I say, okay, so do the Native Americans do they have their money? Because any nation has their own money, right?
Yes, correct.
And so that tells you right there, whoever got the money, that shows, okay, so they are able to print money because they're the sovereigns.
Yeah.
That even though they have their reservations and stuff like that, they don't have the money, and a nation definitely has their own money, their own government, their own flag, their own, this and that. But that money piece is huge.
It's the biggest, if you ask me, aside from the spirit. It's monumental.
Yes. So if you don't have your own money, you're not sovereign. I yield.
Yeah. And you know what, Empress? That's the bottom line anyway. Because, see, as we've been stating before, people don't give a crap about what you say if you're still using that script. They don't care about you claiming a constitution and Moors this and Indian that and all of that. They don't care about that. They don't care about that. They want to see what they call the bottom line.
Yes. Yes.
Period. And they'll tell you that to your face too.
Yep. They'll say that's the only thing that talks and everything else walks.
Well, okay, that's what they said.
So can you hear me?
Yes, Empress, we can hear you.
So if we talk with the lien, levy, and bonds, and then give them the gold back currency to get the debt off the land, aren't we covering our back?
We are covering our back, but we have to be willing to do that even under pressure. Or not under pressure, because we're never under anything. But even if they cast a few more spells, we still have to be willing to be ourselves and not give in. And that's really what's being tested is if they cast a spell, will that spell cause you to go back on your estate?
No, you just do another lien, levy, and bond, send it back to them again.
Yeah. Well, you don't do another. You don't necessarily have to do another one. Just ensure that no matter what is stated, what they say, you stand. Don't give them fiat. No matter what they say about it, don't give it to them. Because I've got some stories that I can tell about that. I got some stories about that. But we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And once that is known first in your spirit, everything else will be clear. You'll see that they don't have a claim. No matter what type of spells that they try to cast, just know that it's a system. You're not even talking to them. You're talking to a system. And once you properly address the system, it doesn't matter what they say because you've properly addressed the system, and they'll stop talking when the system tell them to be quiet because it's our system, you see. All of those things called bills and all that stuff is system generated. Nobody sits at a desk and type that up and put something on there and say, okay, now let me pick up the phone and call them and tell them that their mortgage is due and that we're going to have to evict them. Everybody is operating off of paper or was operating off of paper. And all we had to do was come with the right paper, including the money.
So say, for instance, if by chance Samoans may have invested in the Bitcoin, but they wasn't aware of what was going on, if they do the lien, levy, and bond, and cover it with a gold back funds, would they still be? Could they still use the Bitcoin? No, I need clarity on that.
Okay, so that's the answer. The answer to that is the same as it is with everything else. Everything must be restated. Everything must be restated, or else you will corrupt what you're doing. So even where Bitcoin is concerned, and this is why that was another one of the first liens we did back in 2019, 18, 19, 20, 20, somewhere around there, when we were really heavy on the liens, which we're still doing. You know, we're always going to do that just to make the statement proper. But where liens and levies and bonds are concerned, what you're stating is that you have the value in your hand. You're holding the value, not anyone else, not any system, not anyone else. You hold the value, and then you must minister the Bitcoin process to yourself and to others. And that's the part that is next on the list in terms of all that we're doing, is the actual ministry of that process. See, right now we're ministering our money everywhere. We're ministering that to the society and to the nations. We're ministering that. So where Bitcoin is concerned, it's not just enough to be a consumer of that process. You must minister the process from the top down. Okay. Because if you don't minister it from the top down, that means there's still some fraud going on. Because there's somebody claiming to minister Bitcoin that doesn't have the authority to do it.
Okay.
And
so
we'll show you.
We tell.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying then, whatever directions that we give the system, that it will do that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And what we do in alignment with that, and this is the part that more is just, this is what sets us apart from, the thing that sets us apart is that as we're ministering processes, because we are the source of the resource, we learn that industry. We learn the basics of it. You don't have to know everything about it, just know the basis of it. Okay, like what we're about to show you with Bitcoin and blockchain, and why we're so grateful that the ancestors gave us the lien process and the levy and the bond process. What you're doing when you levy, you're saying all Bitcoin and blockchain is ministered by us, and then we find out what know what the system is, know how it basically works, and then begin to minister that system by looking at what's going on in the funny mirror, Bitcoin and blockchain. We look at what they're doing, and then we restate it like we've done with Delium. We restate everything. And that goes for anything that we will to take part in. Because like we stated a little earlier, anything we will to have in our nation, we must put it there. We must plant that in our nation. If we want to use Bitcoin and blockchain, we can do that. But we can't do it with frauds pretending to minister that to us. No, we must minister it. And let me show you now are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding this question before we show you what the ancestors have shown us about just the basis of Bitcoin and blockchain?
Islam, I have a question. This is Justice Malik Kilbay.
Islam.
While we're talking about Bitcoin, I'm hearing that the Bitcoin won't be able to exist in the new system that we're moving to because of the fact that it was based on fiat or fraudulent, crypto system, everything being gold. I mean, we can back it, but I think we should be talking about a whole nother coin because we're creating a new coin instead of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And let's just go from create something new, because I'm hearing that those servers are about to be destroyed. I don't know how true it is, but
they're already destroyed. We did it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I didn't see it, so I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. But so I'm thinking we should be talking about a new coin. Myself.
Well, we can restate. Thank you for that, Nobility, because that is absolutely what we should be doing with everything. And knowing how to properly restate it is going to be the key.
It's going to be called Morningstar coin.
It can be Morningstar coin. It can be Bitcoin. It can be blockchain. They just have to be restated. And that's the same way that we do with our sovereign-born appellations. We must create the sovereign-born appellation the way our mother stated it, and then use it. It's spelled the same. It looks the same and everything, but we create it. All we do is just state it on an affidavit. That makes it brand new, but ancient at the same time. So there's nothing out there. The same way we did with the United States. We've always been the States United. The United States was never any foreign matter, never any aliens. It was always us. That's why they took it and dogged it out like they did, but to scare us away from what's really ours. Islam, Empress Cynthia. Islam.
I also agree. Thank you. I also agree because I'm uncomfortable with those names. Bitcoin. A bit is something you put in a horse's mouth to lead him by.
Yes.
And then it's cryptocurrency. We're speaking of death. We're life. So I'm not sure how we would rename these instruments, but I'm uncomfortable with the names they have as of today. Islam.
Islam. We can feel that, Empress. We can feel where the uncomfortability would come from. For that, we understand that some would feel uncomfortable with those names. When we pull the word Bitcoin apart and restate it properly, then it's actually going to be what it should be. A bit is a small piece. It's smaller than a byte. Those are computer terms: terabytes, terabits, and so on and so forth. And so we can separate the word and spell it differently, and then it'll be different altogether. It's going to be different even if we didn't do that, but we can restate it and spell it differently, which is what we normally do. We spell things a little differently, or just restate them as they were. Think about the word. Listen. Oof. I really this one hit me really like this was some information. Think about the words blockchain. What they were doing was trying to block themselves from being chained to a system that they didn't like, even though they profited from it earlier. That's why everyone who bought majorly into that Bitcoin enactment, such as like Michael Saylor and Roger Ver and some of them, some of the ones who supposedly founded that enactment, all they were doing was looking at something that we did 1,000 years ago. That's all they were doing, is looking at something from 1,000. But they call it a blockchain because it was their intention to block out the government, quote unquote, from that system. But see, here's one thing we know about real government, and this is why we've done what we've done, Morris. Some may not like what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway because that whole Bitcoin and blockchain enactment showed everyone nothing and no one can be outside of the government system. Nothing and no one can be outside of the government system. There are some sovereigns who, and this is the closest I've seen to being outside of government, because they're not really outside of government because they are government, is sovereigns who move out into the middle of nowhere seemingly, and we're not bashing them. Hey, we love them, and if they ever, will to have anything from us, they got it. They move out into the middle of some place and they just stay out there and they just live out there. They don't come into the cities for anything. They don't use anything, everything that they use, they make it themselves out there. Well, to us, or to them, they may feel like, okay, now we're outside of the system. They're still government. If they're Moors, they're still government. So they haven't gotten away from government. They're just doing government a different way. We are the law. And let me say this, the first government was the womb. The very first government that any of us ever knew was the womb. The matriarch's womb, since this is Matriarch's Day. Let's just make that clear, that the womb was governing where the cells went and how they generated and what they created and how breathing was going to take place and what we were going to look like in there and all of that, and how things were going to function. All of that happened in real time in the womb. That was the first government, and always has and always will be the first government, because that is where life begins. So, I knew when they were saying, that Bitcoin is outside the government and they can't do anything, I knew that was a lie from the beginning, and I knew that very soon they were all going to figure that out. Now, we're going to show you exactly what happened, and in a nutshell, and what made that so that people who bought into that are now getting, quote unquote, IRS documentation saying you have to pay or register that so you can pay on it. Let's show you what happened. Bitcoin and blockchain. So Bitcoin is based on, that whole blockchain technology is based on something called proof of work. Proof of work data, quote unquote, that relies solely on timestamps as evidence that, first, that the coin was created, second, that it was mined, and third, that there was a contract agreed upon. Contract created, contract agreed upon, contract enacted. All it took for the actors who were acting as government to undo and take complete control of that Bitcoin and blockchain technology is claim the timestamp and change it. And when, listen, if the timestamp is changed, that's going to nullify everything on the blockchain. It will nullify everything. If the original timestamp that created the blockchain is changed, it would nullify everything. If you change it by 1 second, it's going to nullify everything on there. If it's claimed properly, like when we restate things, we keep things like that the same, except it's not the same. It's in our time, on our timeline, our living timeline, instead of a dead timeline. So, Islam Empress?
I'm sorry.
And so, just one moment. Let me make sure I'm seeing. And so, with blockchain and Bitcoin, that whole technology, because it's based on time. Let me ask you, Morris, who controls time? I don't care who made the clock. I don't care who created anything. Who controls time? Islam.
The universal.
Who?
The universal controls time.
We do, yes.
Because the womb is I'm going all the way out into the ethers and the universe and the moon, the stars, the sun, and all of that. That's what controls the time. And then we here on this planet, how I perceive it, we master it in how we do our demonstrations. We master it when we and we define it in the things that we do. We define it in how we conduct ourselves throughout that time and space.
Yeah.
Islam.
So at the beginning of each Congress, we state a time and a date, a living time and a living date. So we're time stamping our Congresses and the laws that we make. Well, when we time stamp the laws, everything under our authority in that timeline gets in alignment with what we stated. That's why time is so important, because we are the only ones who exist outside of time, because you have to exist outside of time to even create it. But that's also in this dimension why time is so important. So every blockchain, and here there's some things they weren't telling people about blockchain either, because there were many thousands of blockchains invented, or not invented, made. And you might be thinking you're buying Bitcoin from the original quote unquote blockchain, when you're really buying it from a third party who really has nothing to do with the quote unquote original blockchain. You might be buying it from someone else who can sell you way more than the 21 million that they said only existed. Why? Because they time-stamped their blockchain differently than the one. Or they time-stamped it for the same time to make it look similar, but it's not the same one because the same party was not controlling that particular blockchain. There's more than one blockchain, or there was more than one blockchain in the enactment. So who people bought it from, that's a different story. I even as we were doing our study on Bitcoin and blockchain prior to putting the lien on the fraud part of that, we heard of one of the subjects who was acting as a corporation who had a part in their enactment of creating the blockchain for Bitcoin, and they took 4 million Bitcoin and set it aside in a separate account for themselves. 4 million. 4 million. And set it aside for themselves. And you haven't heard from the one who enacted that, and you've not heard about that 4 million that was set aside either. Because it really doesn't have any value because it was set aside on a separate blockchain. So it doesn't have any value. If the ones that were previously enacting the quote unquote original blockchain, that's not really what it is. So anyway, I said all of that to say this for those who are techno geeks. And I'll say that I enjoy technology as well. And that's why we do the studies that we do, particularly where money and resources are concerned, and finance and things of that nature. So there was only one timestamp for the first, quote unquote, the original blockchain. One timestamp in the enactment. And that timestamp really actually was claimed by the actors that were acting as government, and they claimed it from other actors, so it's not really a real thing. But they claimed it from the ones that were claiming that that they started it, and that's why one of them is sitting in jail in his enactment. Roger Ver is in jail, and he was the one listed on our lien when we did the lien. So we have to remove liens off of subjects at some point, and we'll look at how to do that. And really, we don't have to do it. All they have to do is be in their proper subject status. Really, that's really all they have to do. We don't have to remove a lien because we didn't put a lien on subjects. We put a lien on corpses pretending to have some authority. So I'm glad I'm able to think that through, and I'm having to keep those things in mind as well. So we don't have to remove liens off of anything or anyone. So as we've noted, all it took was for the acting governing authority or even a hacker to go into the central processing unit of Bitcoin and blockchain servers, change the timestamp to a different time, and then the whole system is corrupted and all contracts are null and void. So Justice Morpheus, you really, really said that. He said time never was when we were not. Indeed, Ashe, that is in the Circle 7 Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science. There never was a time when we were not. So where blockchain is concerned, just know that back and forth throughout that system, that enactment, that's been done all across the board. All across the board. They've been doing it to each other in their enactment. So people that are holding, quote unquote, Bitcoin and thinking that they have something really don't, because 9 times out of 10, and actually 10 times out of 10, and that's why the quote unquote Coinbase CEO is on his way to jail too, because all they had to do was have the actors that were acting as government hired acting hackers to go in and hack that stuff and then change and pull out and nullify. Because guess why? It's not their fiat. That fiat belongs to the actors acting as Federal Reserve and government that were acting as those things. It's not their fiat. I don't care because you had to have fiat to even participate in that. You had to use fiat to get it in the first place. And all that is debtors coming for more debt. You see? And so it didn't take much at all. It didn't take anything, really, not much at all, to go in and turn that thing upside down and put it like it should be, actually. So with that being stated, are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding the Bitcoin and blockchain piece? Islam, Empress.
Well, it has to do more with time, because when I remember seeing on an Instagram feed, 807 was X and whatever else, and then they put an M in front of it and put it to 1,000, 807, right? 1807.
Yeah.
So that's dealing with time and the corruption and the changing of the time. And, we've already addressed that when we said we're going to take and move time as far as taking 1442 and bringing it to 2024 and all these different things, and even the calendar stating that all calendars must be in alignment and come into our national sovereign calendar and all these things. So we are addressing the corruption of Bitcoin and blockchain, because another way to look at blockchain has always been around, because when we speak about SWIFT system, when we speak about transferring money from one book, when you mentioned the Walmart, transferring money, they don't transfer the fiat, they transfer the ones and zeros. What do you think blockchain is? So we've always been speaking on this topic, and so knowing that we've changed and corrected the time, rather, and put it in its proper persona and the proper status, and corrected it on the record, on paper. That was the ultimate change. And then I was watching a Noble Kush Day. He's an awesome presenter as far as presenting the more science to the people on his platform. And he was mentioning about how they enacted on paper doing the bait and switch as far as taking on our status as white and putting on paper that we were black. And that was in a time and during a time. So, in correcting that record, you also have to correct the time in which that was done as well. So everything is all connected, and that string theory is real. And so the connecting of the dots is also part of that, which is real. So, and then going on to your next corporate word is corrupted and contracts, and this is all the same thing. Nothing is unto itself isolated incident. It's all connected.
Yeah. Empress, that is so correct. Another thing that we will to bring forth even about that, where some of the corruption took place also, is this, and I'll just ask a question so that we can give it some thought. Think about this, because see, our ancestors have been pointing at this for a while, and we'll address it today as well. How many hours are there in a day?
Seven.
She says 7 hours in a day. I think, Empress, that you're referring to days of the strong, which some call a week.
Okay.
And that answer is how many days are in a year? It's only 7. How many days are in a month? Only 7.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's what you were referring to there, Empress. Am I correct, Empress?
Yes.
Islam.
So I was thinking it would be 7 straight across the board.
Not where hours are concerned.
Okay.
Yeah. There are. Go ahead, Empress.
23 hours.
Islam.
Hold on just a moment. Empress Shatali is saying something. She's making a statement.
I said 23 hours and 59 minutes.
23:59. That's interesting. You gave it some thought. That's interesting. Islam. Anyone else?
Islam.
12
hours. 12 because there's 12 in the morning, and then it repeats, recycles the same way that the 7 days recycle, and then it turns around, there's 12 in the evening. So there's 12 in the morning, or 12 what we call
AM.
Yeah, AM. I forget what that stands for. And then 12 evening. Yeah, thank you. So it's 12 then, and then 12 later. Repeats. Islam.
That's just amazing. That's amazing. That is the correct answer. That's amazing. That is amazing. Now that we've thought about that, now you know why military time was called military time. Military time was called military time because it was at war with the true 12 hours in a day.
Islam is also when you get to 11, they add 12 to it. So when you want to get to the true math, you subtract 12. Let's say 2,200 hours. You subtract 12 from that, and you're left with how much ever 12 minus 22 is.
Yep, that was 10 a.m. I think 2 hours, or 10 p.m. rather. 2,200 is 10.
Yes, there you go. Yes, that part. And then it goes up to 2,400.
Yeah. So military time was called military time because that was a wartime clock. And they were saying, no, day lasts for 24 hours, which is incompetent. Daylight doesn't last 24 hours. It's 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night. And now, with that being stated, again, everything that was time stamped, and I'm talking about when we were going to fake courts, they time stamped everything, did they not?
Yes, they did. Well, they enacted. They didn't do anything. They enacted doing it.
Right. You're correct. I stand corrected. They enacted time stamping everything. And all we had to do to get into the proper jurisdiction is all of us agree on a calendar and a clock. Because then you could never go to a fake court at the right time anyway, because their time is not the same as our time. It's not the same. You could never be there. And that is another reason why, the ancestors know what they're doing through us. That's another reason why corpses never showed up for our court actions. First, because nobody wanted to agree that they were a corpse in the first place, because they weren't supposed to be corpses. And secondly, because the time, we have living time. They had dead time. Same thing, oh, that's good, Justice Rhea says, born records also, and 9 months added to the age, and all of that. That's why time and calendars were so important. And see, for some people, it's not even 9 months that you add. My Empress was born at 5.5 months. She came out when she felt like coming out.
And Islam also, when you look at a baby and when you find out you're pregnant, to figure out how many days or weeks, strong the baby is in the womb and growing, that math is even askew.
Yeah. The math ain't mathing. It doesn't add up in the previous era, and that is why. And the thing is, that's why the calendars and correcting it on the record was so important. So that even our babies, our heirs, come out at the right time and everything. They come out in living time. That's why the birth certificate was so important. And when I say birth certificate, the ones we create, not any dead item. We create a living birth certificate, and then we also have the legal size birth affidavits. So we state it in the spirit and then in the natural. Islam.
So you mean to tell me, according to a different calendar, I could be 100 years old already?
You could. And you could be older than that.
Actually, you're some 1,000 years old.
That goes back to the Biblios times.
Yes, the Bible says that. The Biblios says, look, because we want to quote the right. The Biblios says that one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as one day.
Yeah.
So now think about the age of your spirit that you've been hearing from.
Mhm.
Why?
Islam. That's why we know so much. That's why because all of us, we're listening to spirits. Our spirits are timeless, and they were. Come on, we can't lose. Islam, Empress.
Okay, what I wanted to share, March 7th, I was looking at the presentation of Dr. G and Railbird. March 7th is some specific information they gave and regarding the birth certificates, and it's some specific information that would probably be of help to the Moors regarding the birth certificate and stuff. And I think she said she was going to do a class on it starting in October too.
That might be something that the Moors are interested in seeing. We accept information from everywhere because we know ultimately it's all going to be relative to us. Anyway.
Exactly.
So,
and the other thing was I was looking at securitized instruments regarding mortgages and things of that nature. So, and it's really giving me more light on why we need to restate everything, because in our society there was no interest to be charged, but in their society, the way they put those securitized instruments and stuff together, they get away with charging you whatever they want to charge.
Because they wrote it.
Yes.
That's why restating is so important. You're absolutely correct, Empress.
So when I correct those papers, do I just only send it to the people that are attempting to get me out of the property?
What does your spirit say?
Everyone that's bothering me.
Your spirit is. We are not ones to argue with your spirit about what you're doing.
Okay.
Your spirit knows. Remember, your spirit is eternal.
Okay. Yeah, I've been working on that.
I knew that was the answer. I knew that's what your spirit was saying. It's good to hear that you can hear your spirit, because we know everything is going to be fine when Moors know to connect and hear from their spirit.
Okay.
Trust your spirit. I'm telling you, oh my word. Trust your spirit.
All right now. And for instance, last question.
Yes, it's Islam.
When you send out papers to these people, and they send them back to you. If my spirit say send it back to them, I guess I should do that too.
If your spirit says do that, then you must do it.
Okay.
If that's what your spirit says, you must. And here's the thing, Empress. You're not really sending it back to people. You're sending it back to the system that spit it out in the first place. Except you're just going to correct it and then send it back.
Okay.
Correct it and then send it back. Because you're the law. You're the law. You're above any system. It's not even people. I mean, they don't, it's not even people. It's a system. And then there's persons that pull something off of a printer or out of a computer, and they look at it, and then they pick up the phone and start trying to talk to people and do all these things. No. They're just looking at paper because that's all they do is paper. So you just correct the paper and send it. Now, when you send it back, make sure that you put the address on there properly where the state is spelled all the way out. Not a 2-letter state. Don't use any abbreviations when you send it back and you do your envelope. Don't use any abbreviations and send it back. And it'll get to the right court. Because, see, everything that comes through the mail is a court action because the post office itself is a court.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Every address is a court. And let's go ahead and just, since we're here at that part, let's go ahead and pull that up just to prove. Islam nobility.
Just a quick word. I was recently in court online with these people, and the judge remark was that there was no living people in his court.
Not in he's right. That's not even a real court. He's right. We agree with him.
Exactly.
He's trying to give you a hint that you ain't supposed to be there. Just know that. He's trying to give you a hint.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's look up the word, and thank you for that, Justice Willie. It just affirms what we've known. He knows that you're the real judge. He knows that. He's not a judge, but if you call him a judge, he's going to act like one because he's an actor.
Exactly, and I objected to everything, and he said, and what I find works too when you're dealing with the popo, never ever when they read anything to you and they say you understand so and so, always say no I don't and I do not consent. That is your getting out of arrest card right there on the spot. They can't move forward. I'm living witness of that.
Thank you for that, Justice Willie, as well. Here's the thing. Why go if you're not going to consent to nothing? Why go?
No. There are some situations where...
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Justice Willie.
There are situations where they show up at your premises and trespass on your property to come and effect, according to them, an arrest, which we know is kidnapping. But then they will carry out their ritual of reading you your Miranda rights, and some do, some don't. But they will tell you the charges, blah blah blah, and slip on you're arrested for blah blah blah, and then they start reading you something. But it's always, do you understand? And that's where you get a chance to say absolutely not. I do not understand, and I do not consent in anything that you're doing. And right there and there, they get stuck. It happened to me twice within 6 months, and I realized that it works like magic. They have to let you go.
Islam.
So
go ahead.
Could you just send the judge a letter, a special appearance? Like,
Empress, you would be sending it to yourself because you're the judge. So maybe the question could be rephrased because you're the judge, not them.
Okay.
So you can send a letter to the subjects in the office of judge.
Okay.
But we don't give them any titles at all because it's against the law to do that. That will get you thrown in jail, is giving titles to subjects and all of that. You don't give them a title. Because then actors will show up
to the acting judge.
And because they use force, always remember, if they force you to sign anything or they lock you up, and you don't want to be locked up, always sign with the living man's signature, living woman's signature, and threat, duress, and coercion, TDC, as well as UCC 1-208, all rights reserved. Very important that you do that.
Okay.
And that's good information while you're going through the processes of learning, of knowing who you are and remembering who you are. That's good information for those going through that, who are at that place on the timeline, because people are at different places on the timeline. So that is absolutely what you should do if you're at that place on your timeline where you're still having those issues. You know, we just encourage everyone to not, don't call them judges, don't call them police, don't call them any of that, because you are the law. You know, so indeed, Empress Aisha, is that did that? Because I know I interrupted you from calling them a judge, but and Empress, just know that my heart is in the right place when I do things like that.
Okay.
Just to make the point of how easily it is sometimes for Moors to call them a judge when they're not. Because that was done by both you and Justice Willie within a very short time period. You both called them judges when they know they're not.
And I understand that they are not too. That's a mistake on my part. Thank you.
Yeah, Islam.
Well, most times it's acting as
subjects in the office of. Yes, they're actors. So you're the director of what you're looking at. So if you call them a judge, they're going to act like one. If you call them a subject, they're going to act like one.
Okay. So we tell them, we make the decision and tell them what the decision is.
Yes, you must. Yes. And then, Empress Aisha, what you stated about sending things back and forth to them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at the definition of the word address. It says place where mail or other communications will reach person. Well, is it a living person or a dead person? That depends on the address that you use. You don't want to engage in necromancy, which means talking back and forth with the dead. You don't want to talk to the dead because they can't hear. Dead people can't hear.
Okay.
The living can hear. Look here at equity so that we know that when we spell everything out, it's going to get to the right place.
Mm-hmm.
Where address is concerned, part of a bill wherein is given the appropriate and technical description of the court in which the bill is filed.
Oh.
The address determines whether you're speaking to a court or some dead corpses.
All right.
That's why we say spell everything out. Don't use any abbreviations, because abbreviations and acronyms are substitutions, and we're not substitutes. We are the real. And we speak to the real. And we don't give them any titles or anything. They're still subjects in the office of. So the address that you send it to determines who you're speaking to.
Okay.
And that's why we don't use abbreviations in our addresses. We don't use abbreviations in anything unless it's and I can't even think of an unless, because I can't think of any right now off the. Oh, I know when. We can, like, if myself and Empress Aisha, if you and I are contracting together, And there's no frauds in between our contracts. We're doing sovereign contract and sovereign business among each other. We can use abbreviations and acronyms and things as long as we know between the two of us what they mean. That's when sovereigns can use them. But see, at the point that we're at right now, where we're stating and putting our foot down on our land, we don't use abbreviations at all.
Okay.
Yes, may I say something?
Sure.
One of the concerns that I do have is that because there are no principles by which these people function, and when you're in a system of fraud and one-upmanship and the use of force is what they use most of the time to intimidate and to castrate and to hold us in bondage and all of that. And so, like, if you have a situation with them and they say you must come to court, we know that they're going to use the all caps name. The surname is what they have jurisdiction over. But they want you to believe that it's you. So you're faced with a dilemma. Let's say they say, come and do your mugshot, come and do your fingerprint. And you know that they're not talking to you because they're using your all caps name. Well, the problem is they'll get you to sign something to say you will appear. And if you don't appear, they can effect an arrest, which sometimes they do, or send out a warrant and all of that. So for your sake, you may appear, but you do so under threat, duress, and coercion, and make that clearly known to them that the only reason why I'm showing up is because you threaten me. And any good judge sees that on a paper will have concerns that you threaten him, that you'll put him in jail if he doesn't show up. That should nullify the case, rather than you not showing up and then they come get this fake a warrant that doesn't have a bond, doesn't have any proper it's not properly structured, etc. And then use your body as to house it in their warehouse where they lock you up and all of that. So my approach would be, yeah, I will show up to do what you say, but under threat, duress, and coercion, and I'm making that clear to you. And that's the only reason why I'm showing up in your fake court is because you threaten me, and I know you do have guns and you have bangles and shackles that, yes, you can kick down my door and hold me hostage, and there ain't shit I can do about it except to protest. And who am I going to go to when they do this? There's hardly anyone, because the entire system is fraudulent. If you turn to their system for justice, the Attorney General, the this, the that, all of them are coming out, the Law Society, under the same system. So what do?
Well,
if I may,
here's what you do. Just let me just go straight to the point. The first thing you stated was that when you're operating in a fraud system, that was one of the first things that came out of your mouth, Justice Willie. We say come out of the fraud system. Now, we have a document here. It's called the Fiduciary Trustor Trustee Attorney with Facts, Truth, Law, Evidence, and Intention. This quo warranto mandamus restitutio, and Justice Willie, this is how you make it so that your person belongs to you and not to them. Because see, this is only a matter of the identity of the all caps name. This fiduciary document states that we have authority over all letters, all numbers, all integers in between all numbers in any sequence, all ink colors, all styles, all fonts, and beyond to infinity, all punctuation in all dialects and all languages. Okay? So when we put this in the fiduciary document and we start listing the things that we talk about, we then go to the Biblios, the Bible, and we come to Job, the 32nd chapter, verses 21 and 22, which states that we do not accept any man's person, neither do we give flattering titles unto man. See, what you're doing when you call them a judge is you're giving a flattering title, and that's not even a man you're talking to. It's a person, a dead person. So they know this already. Verse 22 says, "For we know not to give flattering titles. Therefore, the maker of false titles is hereby bound and cast into the sea for eternity, never to rise again." And we can change that to outer darkness. So then, Noble Willie, this is, again, we're talking about the all caps. They have an all caps that they made, and it looks just like the all caps that you create. They look the same on paper. Okay? So then we look at federal rules for civil procedure, which we've restated these. We didn't leave these rules as they were. We added our own things in, just like we didn't leave the biblios the way it was. We put it in ancient terms. Federal Rule for Civil Procedure Title 4, Rules 17 and 18 talk about a minor or incompetent natural person being, and who it is that can present the all caps. Who is it that can present the all caps? D says a like fiduciary. That means you must be living and your all caps must be living also. And when you present this type of documentation, you're also down here at the bottom of this document, it says all sovereign, original, indigenous, ancient, divine, Moorish, American autographs affirming this, and all sovereign, original, indigenous, ancient empire, state of Morocco, and de jure Moorish National Republic federal government documents are on the public record, and then we tell you where that public record is. That public record is not in any dead courts or corporations. So when you look at federal rule for civil procedure, not of civil procedure, and we've written it and spelled it out in ancient English, how this works. So again, you're talking about substituting a dead person, a living person for a dead person. That way you get to say what happens, and then you issue a ruling for your person. That's how come we are completely comfortable with not showing up in a dead court. And the guy told you nobody living is going to be there. He's telling you that. He's telling you what we're telling you because we told him to tell you that. We told them that you got to start telling the truth now because we're here. And when Moors come into when living people come into the court, and that means our subjects too, that they better tell the truth. And then it's up to you to accept that truth and demonstrate that truth, or you'll have to keep going through the stuff you're going through. Now, this is not something that we're just saying. We've been through it. We demonstrated it, and it worked. So we would encourage anyone. Now, yes, you can do the things, you can sign under duress, threat, duress, and coercion, but we're not knocking that. But what we are saying about even those types of actions and behaviors, when you say that you're under threat, duress, and coercion, that means that there's a subject or someone inferior on top of you. And that can't be, because you're God. You're sovereign. There's no one on top of the sovereigns. There's no one up there holding us down under threat.
Yes, Empress.
So
Tajiri.
we just want to point that out.
Yeah, but let's be practical here. I understand all that you're saying, but as you have seen, sometimes these people, they defy all the logic, all your documents, everything that you do. And we have several cases in point. We have Lamont, who changed his name. I personally called the station when he was locked up, and I used the name that he used with the L, and they act as if they didn't know. But as soon as then they asked me if his name is the corporation name, and then yes, they were willing to talk. So
Okay.
they held on. Hold on, let me finish. They hold on to this guy, incarcerated him for over 9 months to a year, illegally and lawfully. So what I'm saying here, rather than risk not complying with some of their unorthodox methods, you risk, yes, going to their court. When you go there, they can do all kind of stuff on you. But I'm saying you also have a greater risk when you do not comply to them, because they use unlawful force. And our brother was locked up for over 9 months. I noticed since he has come out, he has been silent. And this is very unusual for Lamont. And I think that they torture that guy. They silence him because he was teaching.
No. They didn't do that. We've seen him since then. They didn't do that.
No, but why has he stopped teaching? Because
you just haven't seen it. He hasn't. He hadn't stopped. You just hadn't seen him.
Oh well, I'm accustomed to him coming on and enforce the Constitution. That's hard.
Just a moment.
Yeah, let me just finish. I'm just saying I am accustomed. I was really looking forward to him continuing his teaching, but I cannot help but notice that he has gone silent, and I'm wondering what it is that they have done to this gentleman, why he has just stopped. Yield.
We will, and the reason I was just saying that's because we can't answer for him. He speaks for himself. We don't represent anyone. He speaks for himself. So here's the thing about anyone who's in those situations. Number one, we know we can't do anything out of fear. We can't do anything out of fear. And even if we're afraid, we still have to stand. That's number one. We must stand. We can't be afraid of any of that stuff, and to the point where we acquiesce, because that's been the issue, acquiescence. Okay? That's number one. Number two, we just ask that you look at what we've shown you. We just ask that you take the document and study the document. That's all we ask. And then if you're led to demonstrate the document, demonstrate it. If you're not led to demonstrate it, don't demonstrate it. Our job is to put out there what works for us and what's been working for Moors. That's our job, is to put the information on the record. Whether people take that information is just like Delirium. Whether people take that information or not is up to them. But we will say this. All contracts must be terminated. All presumed contracts must be terminated. You can't have your cake over there because it's not even cake. Have your poison and eat the poison too. You can't have it and eat it too. We have to go ahead and just move according to what our spirit is saying. And Justice Willie, we get what you're stating about you sign under threat, duress, and coercion, and we get all of that and where it's coming from, because you're doing that because you're afraid. You don't want them to come and do whatever. We get that. All contracts must be terminated. People don't want to admit that they have contracts with them and that they continue to contract with them. Okay, if you don't want to admit, and when I say you, I mean in general, not you, Justice Willie, but I'm talking about just in general, because I'm speaking out to everyone. Terminate the contracts and then move accordingly. Terminate the contracts and then move accordingly. Don't willfully keep going back to that stuff, because it's not helping. Because that test is going to come back around again if you don't just let it go. Does that mean we had to do without some things for a while? We had to do without some things for a while. But one thing we're going to continue to do without is bondage. That's last era. That's done. So again, you can take the information that we give. See, and we've talked about that too. Sometimes people say they're just lawless. They don't. No, that's not true, or none of us would be here. That's not true. They obey when we do what we're supposed to do and stop contracting with them. And you can't contract over here buying a new whatever on loan terms, but then you turn around the next day and one of their agents is over here saying you got to be at court at this time and that time and the third time. You can't keep doing that. And that's, when I say you, I mean all of us. All of us. And the ancestors will give us an opportunity. The ancestors will give us the grace to walk through what we've stated on the public record. They will give us the opportunity. I'm living proof of that. We must stop contracting with them. And everyone who has been through that and didn't stand, they wish they had stood, would have stood. We must stand, and we got to get off the fiat. We must be moving in the direction of getting off the fiat. Some people can't do it all at once, but every place that we cannot use fiat, we got to not use it. You can't keep running to McDonald's with fiat. I'm talking in just really, I use that because that's what came out earlier. You know, we using their fiat like there's no tomorrow, and then we're out of jurisdiction. You see what I'm saying, Justice Willie? And I feel comfortable saying that now because I know you're mature enough.
I know because I use the example. But let me say here, they were also told to read this, that they must turn over all of their stuff, and they have, because they have closed. In Canada, they have closed their doors. But they're trying to work in the dark same way. Because if you go right now in Canada, like there was a time when you walk into a police station, it's open. Now it's closed. So now you got to call, and they don't give their names. When you say, may I speak to so-and-so, when you ask, what am I speaking to? Oh, 8120, 8280, whatever, 88. No, may I have your name? Who am I speaking to? Sorry, we don't. May I speak to contact so-and-so? What's the, they're basically hiding now because nobody seems to be coming up front as usual. The only time you see them is when they maybe driving on the road or effecting arrest. But technically, they have closed, but they're still trying to function in the dark.
We told them to close.
Yeah, they are.
Now, wait a minute, Justice Willie, let me say this too. We told them to close, and we liened, levied, and bonded that whole process earthwide. Now what's happening is more's got to come out the dark. So that Moors has to come out of the dark. The subjects got to come out of the dark too. And that's why I'm telling you that they will do exactly as they are told when we stop contracting with them. That's all I'm saying. You proved what I'm stating, Justice Willie, by saying that they did exactly what we told them to do. Exactly what we told them is that stuff cannot continue on this land. So what are they doing? They just pulling the rest of debt. And if people have debt contracts and won't terminate them, now you don't have to give back the stuff. You have to properly restate the stuff. The stuff belongs to you. You're the creditor. So you terminate corporate contracts and then walk through the process of making that a reality. That's all we're saying right there, Justice Willie, because you deserve the stuff. You're smart enough you've gotten the stuff. You deserve the stuff. It's your stuff. It must be restated. So how do we do that? Every contract that you got with has to be, wait a minute, let me finish this. Every contract, because I'm trying to get some things on the public record here. Let me just get them on the public record. Let me get this on the public record because people want to know this kind of information. Every contract that you got the stuff with has to be restated. Every contract. So take the contract that you got all the stuff with and remember how to restate everything on there. If there are any, and this is the best way to do it, if there are any abbreviations on your contracts, cross it out and write the word all the way out, particularly addresses, where they say they sent something to you, quote unquote. No, they were talking to their courts. So you write it out write out the name of the state and the street, the word street and drive and boulevard and all that. Write that stuff out. And then you can make copies of it, stamp it and seal it and send it back. Make sure that if there's any debt on there, you put it as credit. Every contract, every one of them. If you took the time to sign all those contracts, take the time to restate them. That's how you terminate corporate contracts and keep them from kicking doors in. They can't kick a door in if it's on the land.
What contracts in particular are you referring to?
Cars, conveyances, domiciles, any contracts, utility bills, anything, war rents, all of that has to be restated. All of that has to be restated. And then you have to rule on it. You must issue from your court the ruling of what happens with your stuff. And then address it properly when you send it back. Write out every word in the address. Okay? I'm thank you to the Moors that were wanting to say something or willing to speak. And we just kept going because it's important to get that information on the public record. And I honor you as well. So, Empress Angel, you were going to say something. Justice Amzite was going to say something. And there's a couple of other Moors that were saying something. I just had to get the whole process from start to finish on the public record. Islam.
Okay.
I yield.
Islam. Well, the one I have a few things to mention, and I'd like to go back to the definition of address. But he has stated that they don't give names because names have been leaned. So in processing all things at all points in time, there's never an accident or coincidence. They can't give their name because that name has been leaned. So they're using numbers. So those numbers are showing that they still have work to be done on them, because if they're not giving names and they're saying, oh, we're giving numbers, we leaned all derivatives and leaned all capital persons. We did all of those processes. Empress Light, you're muted.
I muted myself so that I wouldn't just so I wouldn't interrupt anyone. But those are jail numbers. Those are servant numbers, bond numbers.
Exactly. So take those and continue the process. That so can we get back to the definition of address and drop down to legislature, please? Because I'm very interested on that part.
Islam. Yep, I like that.
Islam, we can do that. Legislation.
There we go. Yes, thank you. All right, let me take a screenshot of this right quick. Okay. And, yeah, because I saw that bit and I'm like, okay, this is that part. So we can go over this right quick, all in cohesiveness, because it says address, a place where mail or other communications will reach persons. And then equity, part of a bill wherein is given the appropriate and technical description of the court in which a bill is filed. And then a formal request addressed to the executive by one or both branches of the legislative body, requesting him to perform some act. And this is all with the address definition. I mean, really? Come on now. That's why we've been, oh my goodness. Yes. When we say over and over again how important the mailing process for the government is, it's right here in this definition. I mean, can we get any more defined and overstood and, expressed with this process? I mean, it's right here in black and white, it's spelled out, no ambiguity, defined, Black's Law 4th edition, exactly why you must, and it's not up for debate, use the government mailing process, because it shows you when you do the mailing process proper, you're operating in equity. When you do the mailing address process, you're operating in legislation with equity, because it's all one big huge bundle for us when we operate proper in your proper status and you properly address the court.
Yes.
Come on now.
Yes.
This is that part. So when we sit here, right, and when we make laws. No, I'm sorry. I'm speaking at the moment. Thank you very much. So when we sit here and we write legislation as the Congress and we properly state the mailing location to which it's being addressed to, we've ticked the boxes properly.
Yes.
And stated that part for legislation and equity and to the court for which it stands.
Yes. Now let's look at this right here, part right here. It says it is provided as a means for the removal of judges deemed unworthy. Let's stop right there. Now that's Justice Willie, this is what we were stating about, no, we must be the judge and then remove any fakes pretending to be judges by putting the proper address and then issuing the ruling from our courts.
At all points in time, and never to have any room for any other thing, right? We always must, because it's right here. I mean, this is where true demonstration with competency is demonstrated. Come on now.
Yeah.
We must know how to read.
Yeah.
It's
and
right
that's
here.
Why you a fake police station, which was really just a acting prop, is closed.
It says it is provided as a means for removal. So when you properly state the address and put you are the Chief Justice on top and properly state the address, so if you address your envelope to the subject and you put Supreme Court Chief Justice Angelica Yvette Dobbs Bay, and my mailing location is 302 such and such and such and such, Manhattan, New York, and then you go ahead and put to the subject corporate this inferior court, and then you put subject in the office of, and then you put the mailing location. You've just done equity, because equity is what? Personam jurisdiction established. Then you've also ticked legislation because you removed them from the seat and you put yourself proper.
Yes.
That's it. So when you constantly do that, and then you notify them and they can't talk to you. And like you said, Justice Willie, there's no living people. There's not. Because you've taken over the court. You are the court. The only court on the land is Article 3 court. And if you read enough and you paid attention enough, and they say it too, they say the only court on the land is Article 3. That's consistent with treaty and constitution. That's it. And so nothing else to go around a loop-de-loop around about. It's to the point, precision, execution, concise, to the point. That's it. And you get out the funny mirror faster that way, because they must yield. It says every tongue shall confess, knee shall bow. That's it. They know who they're kneeling to, because you also got to pay attention to what's also going on, that they are confessing who true God is. We are the gods. That's it. And that's all.
I was wondering what you did with your friend. Now we haven't heard from him all evening.
Excuse me.
So, the sister that's talking, could you put an example of I'm going to say a template with an address properly like it should be in a court case?
Yeah, we're happy to do that. We're happy to do it. We'll put that on the screen right now.
Okay, thank you.
So let's just say that, here, let's clear the screen. Let's just say that you received, not you, but the corpse received something, and the address on it was a dead corpse address that looked something like this. Let me show you. 1, 2, 3. First, it's gonna say something like
your daughter doesn't believe in the
light, light.
Ivana.
Must have a bad reception there. Duke Energy. There's always going to be some 1, 2, 3. There's always going to be some abbreviations. Okay, and this is just an example. It's not necessarily correct, but so if you get something like this in the mail, and they sent it to this. Oops.
Lily.
Just a moment. Empress Nabi. This is how it's going to come, okay? This is how you can pull up any supposed bill that you have ever seen, and they're going to look like this. They're going to have a 2-letter state. And sometimes they'll even use in capitis diminutio minima with it. Like that or something. Well, if it has any abbreviations in it, then you must restate it. So if I were to rebut this is the way I would put those. I would change the addresses. The addresses would not look like these.
Islam.
Yes, Islam nobility.
Okay. Hi, everybody doing this. Justice Amaziah Bey. I want to affirm what the mother say and give a quick testimony. They're absolutely right, and I'm glad they put this information out there for all more so it can be, we can be unified on moving forward. But I would say this, in Adams County, I have proclaimed my nationality, and I had got taken away.
Mm-hmm.
I went in the courtroom to protect the mother, and I was taken away. And I stood on my square, and they called that X-Rail like 3 times, and I was released because I stood on my square. Now, I have went in a so-called courtroom before, and another way that I was released, I don't like it, but I did it, and it's basically cashing out the bond. So the attorney, what they don't tell you, whether you win or lose, they cash out the bond. So you know how people say everything is commercial, but they don't really tell you on the back end what's going on. So if Moore's in that situation that's locked up and they can't stand on their square, right? I'm not telling you not to stand on your square. But what I'm saying is, in my case, all I did was walked in the courtroom with some stamps, and I cashed out the bond, because that's all it is. Now, the reason why I'm saying it, because the brother said, well, why Lamont is not doing this?
I'm
saying it for a reason, sister.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Islam.
On the record, my mother was killed, my brother was killed, my auntie was killed, my uncle was killed, my cousin was killed from 2003, the same year, to set me up. I'm still standing. I'm still talking. So Moors, don't be afraid. I'm a living testimony to affirm what these sisters saying. That's why I'm saying that. Not to antagonize or put somebody in a situation. I'm saying I never shut up. Somebody of 9 family members to get killed by these people, and every year they call me on my solar return, February the 2nd,
and tell me to go take some money, some fiat, every year. All I'm saying is, when you say these people won't listen, I'm living proof that that's not true if you just study. But we don't have to do that process I talked about, cashing out the bonds. All I'm just making y'all aware of, when they says commercial, whether you win or lose, them attorneys and everybody get paid. When I went to them, I'm like, look, we both going to get paid. Because guess what? You claim to appear. I appear before the date or on the date. I know what it is. And guess what? They brought me in chambers, cashed the bond out, and I was gone. So there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I had to learn that, from what my mother taught me, and going into every territory like I did, and experience is experience, not age. But we don't have to do that no more because these mothers have presented some uniform stuff that is right and exact. That's all I'm just saying, just affirming. But I just want Moors to know you don't have to be fearful because I'm pretty sure Moors don't know about that other way that I utilize. And I don't like that because I don't like fiat. And I've stood on my square a lot of times. I can do it anyway, or multiple ways. But I like standing on my square. So I just wanted to put that out there and put it on the record. You don't have to be fearful at all. And the mother is correct. If you got fear, well, guess what? I should be shutting up right now because nine of my family members was killed to shut me up. So I yield with that.
Thank you, Nobility.
If I may quickly state that which you've stated, Islam, right? And we honor the ancestors for where they are, for what they've done for you to realize this. We honor that in all demonstrations. And also how you rebut the bond, and from the fraud, you present your own living bond. That will also, cancel out the corporate bond, and, the living bond will stand. So, and then you remedy that and you pay out your own bond with your own money. And so they can't have two heads. And, yeah. So with that said.
Islam. We will say this too. He's right about the fact that you don't have to keep going through the stuff you're going through. Moors don't have to keep going through the same thing. Our ancestors required that we unify, come together and unify, and that they would do the rest. And so they said, put some processes out there that are uncorrupted processes. Uncorrupted is the key word. Uncorrupted processes. That means not touched by frauds. Because see, when frauds see something coming, they will not touch it when it's not corrupted. When we don't give them a way in, because see, people still think that a fake judge is different from a grocery store or a store in the mall, or a Visa and MasterCard and credit card companies. They still think there's a difference between a fake judge and those fake companies. They still think they can have a contract over here and then claim to be sovereign over here when you can't. You must terminate all corporate contracts. Then you work through the things one step at a time. You may not do it perfectly. You may not do it. You may sometimes slip and feel like, okay, I'm just gonna pay this to. After a while, though. After a while, you can't keep going back to that. We know we're coming out of that, and we're all the way out. Just so that it's clear. The way is here for you to not have to do that. And all we're stating is at least effectuate and demonstrate or put the paperwork on the public record, then work through your demonstrations one by one. Work through them.
Islam.
And free yourself, just a moment. Free yourself from whatever it is that you're dealing with. But we must be moving in the direction of our freedom. Justice Willie, Islam.
Yeah, my condolences to the brother for that heartwarming presentation about losing 9 members of your family, and that you're still standing strong. I salute you. But anyway, I just wanted to say, in Canada, when you're becoming a citizen, it categorically states that even though you are taking on citizenship, it does not take away your unalienable right and your tribal right to self-identify and self-determine. And so what you find here is that a lot of individuals, they, out of necessity, because of you're doing commerce with them, and they have certain things that you're ending up, and just to be, you don't want to be always in a tussle with these people, because, for instance, if you decide to be in your vehicle, it doesn't register and license, and they stop you, they put you in inconvenience and do all kind of crap to you. That's not so convenient. Plus, there are benefits that you do get, and as you rightly say, when you terminate these contracts, most cases you are terminating the benefits. Some of us depend on those benefits to pay our bills and to get by. And I do understand what you're also saying, Empress, that sometimes we have to make the sacrifice. I do understand that. But the bottom line is that it is not a walk in the park, and we all know. And I mean, I've seen individuals who have taken this giant leap, and now they're homeless. They don't have a house. They took away their house, both in England, in Florida. I know of individuals whom it has happened to. So we have to be, I don't know why I'm getting an echo, but anyway, I'm just saying that it is not a walk in the park, and we have to do things in a gradual process. And it's basically like we're in a war, in a fight, in a battle with scars when we're done, because they are not. I always use this example. Back in the day when they held our forefathers as slaves, our ancestors as slaves, and they make a dash for it, they did not just say, okay, let that one go. No, they would run them down with horses, with their own people, catch them, whip them, make an example out of them. They do not just give up like that. All I'm saying, Empress Tajiri, they do not just give up like that.
They
right?
shouldn't. They shouldn't, because you got their contracts. They shouldn't give up. They should pursue until you let that thing go.
I know, but I'm saying that it is not as easy, because we still have bills to pay, and we still have our economic system. Now you're eking out a system that is good, but it is in its infancy stage. I mean, okay, I have a thousand. All right, hold on. I have $1,000 Delarium. Who do I go to right here in Niagara Falls to buy some food for my family or pay some bills? Who do I go to?
First of all, who do you have contracts with that's telling you can't go get food with Delarium? Because see, in reality, you're supposed to be using gold and silver in the first place. What have you been using to get food?
Their fiat currency.
Right. Exactly. That's the issue, and that's why you can't see that Delarium will work. That's why you can't see it.
So you're saying that if I get Delarium and I go to Walmart, they will accept it?
I'm saying that have you done the competent legal process to make that happen? Have you done that?
No, I have not, but I'm asking you if it has been done.
Okay. It's been done. People have gotten food with Delarium. They've gotten conveyances with Delarium, houses with Delarium. That's been done. But I'm telling you now, it's the legal process that you must be competent at.
Exactly. Well, that sounds good, Empress. That sounds good.
Well, it sounds good. You can say it sounds good, but they're gonna keep hassling you until you do it.
That's well, it begins.
And that doesn't sound good to me.
It begins with seeing the evidence that, hey, there are more. Okay, for instance, I have a more card that I do go to some stores. No problem. They take it, give me my tax exempt, no question asked. While others say, no, we don't accept it. And so I stick to the ones that takes it. So if I know of a store here in Canada that takes Delium, I'm done with fiat. That's all I'm saying.
Well, hold on. Why are you waiting for them to take it? You're supposed to be ministering the process. They can't minister the process. And that's why we're saying what we're saying. You're the government. Why would you wait for somebody to take something from you when you're actually supposed to be giving it to them? You're supposed to be offering that to them.
Because, Empress, we're dealing with compartmentalized idiots who have been programmed to say only fiat currency we accept. What the hell is that you're bringing? I don't know that. I've never seen that.
So stop dealing with idiots and deal with subjects. You have not called them their proper name. You haven't christened them. You haven't. That's why you keep referring to the dark system and the this and that and idiots and all that. You're dealing with people that you've not named them properly. They must, and this is all Moors. All Moors must properly christen them. That's what Christendom was in the first place, is we gave them a name. They don't assume a name. They don't assume office. They don't assume government. And they certainly don't assume resources, because we're the source of all resources. So you must take the time to do the process, or else you'll have to demonstrate the process. Our ancestors are not letting us get away with not demonstrating these processes. They're not. They're going to come and knock and kick the door in again if people don't start getting on it, because the remedy is here already. We've already done everything that needs to be done in terms of Delium and all that, and we're doing more. Of course, there's always more we can do. There's always going to be room to continue rising. That's what the grand rising is. But what people will accept Delium, and it's not even, those resources at the grocery store are not even theirs. That's our stuff. But are you going to the grocery store that's at NC right here, like this on the screen? Let me make sure this is showing on the screen. Or have you restated that place to be on the land like this? Are you going to the wrong place? Are you going to the place that's a two-letter state or some abbreviated hot mess? Or are you going to some place that's on the land? Do you even live on the land? Is your address properly stated? And this is everyone we're talking about. Not just, Justice Willie, we thank you and we honor you for the work that you do. And we thank you for letting us speak this way in response to what you're stating, because we love you so much. And we don't want to see anybody have to keep going through being afraid of somebody kicking the door in. Because, see, I've been there. They came here, though, and see, the ancestors showed us this. They came here in 2018 for 3 weeks straight. They came knocking on the door after I terminated corporate contracts. They couldn't kick the door in. I terminated them, but I hadn't finished process. There was other processes. There was a bond that I had to put on my all caps. I created a bond for my all caps that they couldn't use. I put a protection order according to the United States codes, not the U.S.C. codes and all of that. We rewrote the codes. And so, Morris, it is important that as we do these things that we're doing, we must not, first of all, we have to trust our ancestors from within us. We have to trust that they're going to protect us, and they will as long as we keep moving. And don't create any new contracts. That's our thing. Don't keep doing that. Don't keep doing that. Don't keep creating new contracts. Don't keep throwing fiat around everywhere. Don't do that.
Okay. I'm a practical person, Empress. I buy a car today. What do you suggest I do when I buy that car to not contract with them? What is your suggestion to get it responsible insurance. I know about the bond, whatever that they say, although I'll get lost in it. But what is your suggestion to not put it back into their registration and under their contract? What is your suggestion?
Don't buy it from them in the first place. That's my suggestion. And then what you do is, if you will to have a new conveyance, restate all the paperwork, because you can go look at a conveyance or pull it up online and get the VIN number and restate that VIN number before you ever go anywhere. You can do all of that paperwork before you go there. They did all the paperwork before they pulled it into a dead jurisdiction. So Moors must be diligent and competent and do the research, do the study, write everything up first. We were supposed to be creating the contracts in the first place, weren't we?
Yes, Islam, that part. And to be brief and concise, the answer was in the address definition. The answer was there. To the point, to the blank, to the period, that part. The answer was definitely in address defined when it comes to equity and legislation. That's why I asked specifically to go back to that definition and read it from the top to the bottom for you to understand, overstand, and therefore understand, because, like, for real, this is where the demonstration of knowing thyself and competently demonstrating that part comes into play. Because it says equity, part of bills of exchange, bill for law, bill for legislation, because underneath it says legislation, wherein is given the appropriate appropriation and technical description for the court in which the bill is filed. Now, we already expressed umpteen times in this Congress that we file all things first in our competent jurisdiction, the Article 3 court, period. And then we notify all other inferior courts. And we've also stated that courts are even the actors who are at the cashier stand, at the grocery store that you were speaking of, and even they act court because if they ask you a question in the past era, they were doing court actions on you. So you flip the table, you properly address them, and you take jurisdiction, and because you can't assume it, it must be proven, and you do what you have to do. I mean, and these questions are simply stated in this one definition. And like we've stated time and time again, you are the court, you were everything at all points in time, and this is where the competent demonstration comes into play, and you stand on those things, period.
You know, you said something really, really key there also, but even in the definition, it says addressed to the executive. So then if anything is going to get done, everything is going to have to be properly addressed. If you're going to buy a conveyance, you don't buy one until you know how to do that using Delium or gold and silver. Don't buy one until you know how to do it using Delium or gold and silver. Because if you do it knowing what you know right now, then they're going to keep pulling you over and they're going to tow it, and you're going to have to deal with that. And I don't want to see anybody deal with that. I have had to catch the bus and walk and do things when I had conveyances still out in the driveway until I learned the process and felt comfortable enough. Now I feel comfortable enough.
Hey, Amazon Bay trying to come in. He told me to see if the system.
Okay.
I do apologize. Amazon texted me and said he
that's
dropped
okay, Nobility. Thank you.
Yeah.
Islam, it's open for him to come in. But we have to hold off on all of that buying new stuff because you weren't really buying it. That's the thing. You're breaking the law, is what you're really doing. And when we say breaking the law, you're the law. So who are you really hurting? We've had to sacrifice until we know the process. And then we demonstrate it and see what happens. And then we say, okay, because I've been demonstrating a conveyance since 2022, since September of 2022, I've been demonstrating a conveyance. And it's not out there yet. But does that mean I'm going to go contract with them for one? No. No, I'm not. I'm going to keep looking at the process and then demonstrate it. And I know we have it now. That's not even a thing anymore. I don't even worry about it anymore because I know we have the process now.
Can I just say something quickly?
Islam.
So, if you can really fight, figuratively speaking, you can fight in a ring or you can fight outside of a ring. Until you learn to fight in the ring, you can train outside the ring. Point is, I train myself how to beat them at their own game in their ring. So if I'm defendant, I still know what I can say, what I can do to beat them in their territory. And that, just like sometimes when people are playing football, cricket, or whatever, basketball, sometimes you go on a person's country, on their turf, and you beat them. Why? Because you become good at the game. And until we have mastered the craft, what you're saying, of the process and all of that, we still can learn how to beat them at their own game. And let me tell you something, it is not that hard because most of their thing, they don't really know law. Just a few sentences from you that you send to them in your court, which is your papers, that alone send them flying because they have no answers for you. I yield.
Islam. There's an impersonator impersonating me in the chat. I didn't put that link there, so please don't click on the link because that's just, they're trying to get views. But having stated that, listen, Justice Willie, if you're willing to go through what you're going through, and then you can't complain about going through what you're going through if you're willing to be on their turf, because they really don't have a turf. Okay, it's not, if you're willing to stay, continue operating in a fraud system, then you can't complain about it. You can't get mad about that system and about whatever they do in that system, because I can tell you this, anyone who stays in that, when our ancestors said come out of it, you're asking for trouble that you don't even have to go through. And see, here's the thing. I told our ancestors from the very beginning, I said, look, I don't have to get down to the bottom of the barrel before I do right, before I do what's supposed to be done. They don't have to lock me up for 30 years before I actually come out of that. They don't have to, it doesn't have to get that far. Just show me what to do and how to do it. I'll demonstrate it. I'll do whatever I have to do. I'll come out. Whatever, and I just know you all are going to take care of me. You're going to have to take care of me as I come out, and guess what? They've done that. They've done that and continue to do it. They don't have, see, the frauds don't have a turf, and that's the issue that you have if you're thinking that you're going to beat them at their own game. That ain't even their game. It's ours. We taught them everything they know, but we also taught ourselves and everyone else how to come out of it. It's a funny mirror, it's a carnival, it's a circus, and it's fraud. So to stay in it is fraud. That means that we are, anyone who agrees to stay in that system is agreeing to be a fraud. And anything you're trying to save by staying in it, you will lose it. Trust and know. You will lose it because it ain't their stuff.
Islam.
Empress Aisha, I believe, and then the noble.
Just got a sample address here I want to read. George Strait, subject in the office of Treasury, Florida Township, 1218 Dye Road, Detroit, Michigan. Upper lowercase.
So this is the way you see. What do you see on the screen, Empress? The address that's there on the screen, the two addresses that are on the screen.
Uh-huh.
This is how you would write the address. If you would spell everything out and don't put a zip code.
Okay.
And whoever it is, you see here, subject, and then a colon, and then Janet Yellen.
Okay, gotcha.
That's how you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Islam. That's how we do everything. And then up in the upper right corner, what we put is United States or United States for America. And then we put Pauline Ritchie, Chief Justice or Fiduciary or Trustor or whatever we put there, whatever title, and then we spell everything out. And every time we don't use fiat for our mailing process. We don't use fiat for the mailing process. That's going to be a key. See, if corpses receive your whatever it is that you're sending, and it's not mailed by the government process, and they see that you pay 50 cents for a stamp, quote unquote, instead of using your government stamps, which we've published, then there's going to be a problem in hearing what you have to say when you say you're the government, you're the law, and you're sovereign, and you're living. But when you address it to the right court and use the right process, that makes everything so much easier. Because even when you put it into the post office, even when you deposit it into that box that we put it in, the deposit box at the post office, anyone seeing that knows that, number one, we're the lords for the land. Number two, they are subjects. And number three, that this is a living document, that those are living items in there. When properly addressed and properly sent, mailed. There was another nobility who was going to make a statement.
Islam,
Empress.
I just want to say that some of us signed up with someone and we thought that we were Moors. And so we were following, with his help, teachings about Moors.
Mm-hmm.
And then we discovered that we were still in the same system.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to begin again. And thank God, like you were there. And you gave us the processes that we are now running busily, trying to get to the Library of Congress with it, and the other places that we have to demonstrate it before we are moored to the land. And I just want to say to Willie, I was in the same group as you. We had to put aside that corporate contract, which is what it was, but we thought we were Moors. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
You know, Empress, you have always been Moors. You've always been of the bloodline and birthright. But the thing about Moors is this, that inheritance is so large that it is proven, it is not assumed. No one can just assume that they're heirs and Moors. You must prove it. We thought of everything. And when I say we, our ancient ancestors, we are our ancestors' return, thought of everything, and we laid it out. And then we said, okay, we're going to go to sleep. And when we wake back up, we're going to restate everything. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just look at the fraudulent process and make it uncorrupt. Create it brand new, uncorrupted. We speak by affidavit. So, Empress, thank you for that, because it's so important to know. And here's a clue. If someone is teaching you, and I'm probably going to catch a little bit of, I'm probably going to catch a little bit for this. But if someone is teaching you and they won't move away from that fiat circulating around in the group, then you have to take what they say with a grain of salt. If they're saying, yes, we're going to teach you the processes, but we're going to charge you $1,500 or $1,200 or $100 or $5 or $10 of fiat, we say don't pay that, because we are the ones who have to go around and not break the law. We have to not break the law. We mustn't do that. We must not break the law, even for the sake of getting the information, because guess what? The ancestors will give you the information anyway, like they've done us. They gave us the information because we refused to circulate fiat among us. We refused. And then we put the remedy in place also with Delirium. We refused to circulate fiat. So some might get a little upset with me for this, but we're not supposed to be breaking the law among each other when we don't have to do that. When we honor our system, everyone else will. And those who are using more sovereign Delirium properly, they're getting remedy along the way, one step at a time, taking it one step at a time, because guess what? You don't have anything else to do but govern your estate. You don't have any other thing that's more important than that. None of us do. We don't have anything that's more important than governing our vast estate. Period. And when you know better, you must do better. And no one in this Congress can say that we didn't tell you that terminate contracts, take control of all letters, all numbers, all signs, sounds, sigils, flags, everything. Take all of that with the fiduciary document, and then go about demonstrating that. Some might say that, oh, you all haven't perfected the processes. They're pretty close to perfect. And from our perspective, they are perfect. You know why? Because anything is better than fraud. Any process that's uncorrupted is better than lying and fraud and fakery and buffoonery and incompetence and being minors and minorities and blacks and Negroes and colored and African Americans. Anything is better than that. Our inheritance is certainly better than that. So are there any other, because y'all know I can go all day about how we got to get it right. We got to get together. Islam nobility.
Yes, this is Zanaria Zamu Hotep Bay from Arizona Territory. I have a question about the 40 documents. I've been hearing about it on a couple of your sessions. Can you further explain to me what it is?
Let's take a look at some of them. So if you go to our channel on YouTube, and we'll just pull it up on the screen so everyone can see. Let's see.
Also live on YouTube?
So if you go to our channel on YouTube and go under the videos, you will see a link to the 40 documents. So I'll just pull one of the videos up because we put it under all of our videos. Our latest, not latest video, our most recent video. If you go discriminate, that office does not discriminate, or that system. And then you click on more. Then you'll see here underneath there's a couple of links under here.
Okay.
Okay. And the first link is the link to the 40 documents. They are written in ancient English, but you'll be able to read ancient English.
Okay, it's in the Google Drive?
Yeah, it's in a Google Drive. If you click on the link, it'll take you to it. Whether you have Google or not, it'll take you to it. And you'll see the documents are numbered. and they are in order there. You can put them in order according to the title of the document. Let's see. Yeah, they're in order right here. So these are the documents, and then you just you pull them up, and we say study them so that you can see what they look like and what they're dating.
So you saying all the 40? So you saying all the 40 documents are number coded?
They're number coded, and when I say numbered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way through, I believe 44 or something like that in that file.
I do have another question. I've been trying to get my 22 pieces of silver and also the bonds. But one of the Morris brothers, he charged fiat for that. He charged like $350 to do your bonds. Well, you saying that anything in fiat? Use Lamari.
Here's my question about that, and this is for you to think about, because I don't know who you're speaking of. We don't point people out and single people out. But let me just ask you, if they are taking fiat, which is a bond, every fiat note is a bond. If they're taking fiat for the bond, how can they give you a bond process that works when theirs is corrupted? I'm just asking for a friend. I'm just saying. Just something to think about. So,
well, the only way to pay for that, how you pay is one of the online systems. I think it's
okay. No. How you pay for that is with your time and your study. That's how you pay for it. You study the process and then you do it yourself. You don't pay anyone to do bonds when we got a bond process on the public record freely.
Oh, okay. It's called Cash App. That's what it's called.
Yeah, we don't worry about that. Don't worry about Cash App and somebody 350 notes to do a bond when they don't worry about that. And whoever it is may get mad. I don't really care. We gotta do what's proper and correct in terms of that whole exchange process. We have an exchange system. That system is, you can learn, we got bonds under our bond video that you can pull that bond and just look at it and then say, okay, I'll just type what Light typed and then I'll study it.
Okay. Yeah, I've been hearing some of the other Moors talking about on the other videos, be careful about the paperwork if they charge you for the paperwork. I didn't realize that until after.
Because the fiat is a bond itself.
I understand.
So, and again, we're not mad at Moors because we know that they're commercially minded, which they should be. We just say come out of that system so you can get some real remedy. Come out of it so you can get some real remedy. Many hands make light work. We've been able to do the things that we've been able to do without charging fiat because there's so many of us working together.
I'm kind of surprised, he didn't ask for gold or silver to pay for those, to pay for that. He just said, I expected cash to Cash App. That's okay. I haven't done that yet.
You can't send gold and silver through Cash App if it hasn't been restated yet.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm surprised he didn't say, well, I only accept silver to do the bond.
Something.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't say that. He didn't say if you want to pay for it digitally, you had to go to Cash App.
And see, Delarium, you can send Delarium over email, just like Cash App. You can send Delarium over email, and it's still gold back and silver back. We do it all the time.
Well, I wanted to the brother know. I wonder will he accept that.
Well, you got to talk to whoever you're talking about, and please don't state his appellation on this platform because we want to honor everybody's work. You must think about what you should do. It ain't about what he can accept and all of this and that. It's about what are your standards for getting things done. Are you willing to give somebody fiat for a Moorish for a process that's supposed to be sovereign?
Actually, I don't want to give any fiat to do that in the first place, because I've been like, this been like 3 years ago. I'm like thinking to myself, okay, I don't want to pay for that. Well, I mean, if you got, because all the Moors got access to the gold and silver and the gold, we got access to the gold, and why is you charging me fiat?
And you all only have access to gold rounds. They're not even coins, right. They're rounds. So here's our suggestion, because we are not bashing Moors. We talk about a system now.
Right.
First of all, we would encourage you to go back through our videos, because you're going to be inspired by what you hear. We know that. And then you make the process your own, however you're led by your spirit to do that. Okay, that's our first suggestion. Our second suggestion is any process that's out there, we've already done a video, or at least one video about it. There's no process out there that we have not done a video about, where you can study the video and do the process without fiat flying everywhere. We just say take the time to study it so you can stand on your demonstration. And take the time to understand the process. Do the study. Look up the words in a fourth or second or third or first edition older dictionary, and things like that. Do the study. Take the time to do the study so that you can actually explain the process to others, because they're going to need your assistance also. And no, they don't have 350 Federal Reserve debt notes to give for something that's a credit to them.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, what I'm saying is, Empress, I don't want to do that. I'm like, I've been thinking about for the last 3 years. I don't want to pay for that. I mean,
you don't have to.
It doesn't make any sense.
You don't have to. We got the bond processes. There's a 47-minute video that we did that shows a bond for the post office.
I think I saw that video.
Okay, that's the bond process. All you got to do is look at that process, study it, word for word, study it. Study how it was implemented, and then implement it for yourself. That's all you got to do. And make sure that you use Moorish government letterhead for your affidavits, the 8.5 by 14 affidavits. At least do the fiduciary document, and hopefully you've already declared your nationality, which I'm pretty sure you have, or you wouldn't even be on this, So,
I did that already.
If you're willing to donate your time to your own freedom, then the process is there. The processes are there. We know they work, or we wouldn't be sitting here.
Right.
So our suggestion, nobility, is your truth center that's telling you you're not supposed to be doing swooshing around fiat like that. That's your truth center, because fiat is so last era. It's last era. It's done. And so we all must be out of that system, because let me tell you, the flood is coming.
Yeah, I know. I've been seeing it for years.
Yes.
I've seen a vision that's going to collapse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How long ago was your vision of it collapsing? That system collapsing?
I believe between 2015 and 2017, I've seen it collapsing. Actually, the way I understand it, I was walking through the forest somewhere up in New York State. So when I got to where I was going back to the city, the whole city was black. Everything was, the whole city was tricked out.
Yeah.
So that told me something has collapsed. Why New York City? I mean, that's just the center of economics. So that let me know that something.
It's City of New York Corporation. That's that way. New York itself is beautiful. It's going to flourish and grow. We got active Moors there governing all over the place.
Islam in general, that's how they at New York, de jure, is here, and so that part.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm originally from New York State, so from Arizona.
Islam. Thank you for that, and thank you for sharing your vision that you had with us that affirms what we've been stating about that corpse, dead, black, Negro colored, African American deadness. And again, we're not speaking about people, we're talking about a system. Justice Nadunk says, do we use your mailing location for court action? You can if you don't have a mailing location that you can use the consulate's mailing location. Just ensure that that is stated properly. And we have that on the screen right there. You can, however, your court actions don't need to come to us. All you have to do is notify whoever it is that you're doing, the proper place where you're doing the court action. We don't have to have copies of anything that you do. It is up to the sovereigns to publish or notify. And notifying is publishing, by the way. So, because every place that we send them keeps records. But you must keep your records as well. Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we stated thus far?
Islam?
Islam, Empress.
Today is a celebration of our matriarchal energy, and it's special because we're in the midst of a 500-year-old coronal mass ejection of energy. Yes. I can't help but believe this energy is here to move us forward. And I just want to just suggest that we all take a little time, take in a little bit of that sun, and then ground ourselves. Take off your shoes, put your feet on the ground, and let's take in some of this energy while it's here. I yield. Islam.
Islam, thank you for that, Empress Cynthia. That's such a great statement and a great suggestion for the sovereigns. And I'll say this as well, even about that energy. The sun saw that our truth centers and our chakras were open. So it's sending down the energy, and the energy actually stays with us. The sun cannot shine without our energy. And so that energy, and when we even think about a coronal mass ejection and then aurora borealis and all of that, when you talk about those things, oh my word, it's symbolic. It's symbolic of what's going on with us. A coronal mass ejection means that there's some energies that are going to be ejected out from the living bodies. So just keep that in mind and know that somewhere around the 23rd, 22nd, the full moon, because I believe this time the full moon is the 23rd of May. And so with that,
fiat is alive and well, and
there's some big changes, some huge things that are going to be happening around that time period.
You're all in fantasy land.
You're aware of it.
Islam, I have one question.
Sure.
Is there any open study group? I know the Congress, some of the congressmen broke off into smaller groups. Are there any, just in case, because I see a lot of Moors, a lot of new Moors on here, just for them asking and myself, are there any open study groups, and how do you contact them?
Yeah, so our government is expanding into other groups. It's expanding very, very quickly. So, yes, there are Islam. Someone's crying. Yeah, someone's crying, either crying or laughing. So our government is expanding into other groups. If there is a group on here where Justice Amzite can join with you, or if you all will to form another or not format another group. Are there any other Moors here? Justice Amzite, how about you lead a group, and then there'll be several Moors on this call or in this Congress who will join that if there are any willing. Are there any Moors willing to form a group, a study group?
I affirm that.
With Justice Amzite.
What is he trying to study?
I guess you all will find out when you and you know it's of course it's probably going to be the same things that we've all been looking at. So
I had to ask because you know the science kind of big. It could be a lot of things, so I had to ask.
We gonna stay on with the Congress have put it forward and agreed upon.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll probably be there, bro. I'll probably be there. Just make a date.
Okay.
Yeah, I could help with the group just as noble.
Should I drop an email in there, or I
don't
know how it...
Sure.
Okay, I'll drop an email.
Sure.
And I'm willing to help with the group too, Empress.
Yes, and there's really no group leader because you're all sovereign. So everyone just get those minds and consciousness going, get that fire moving in the energy, you know, and demonstrate and demonstrate and study and demonstrate and study and demonstrate more of what we've been doing. There it is in the chat. So anyone at Congress who wills to do another group, feel free. There it is. Many hands make light work. I'm just telling you. We are so grateful for that.
Anyway, that's what you're supposed to do to get stronger, you know.
Yes.
And,
yes.
You know, you know, if any more are having, you know, some difficulty, we're stronger together. I mean, hey, you might have to move in with another more. Think about
indeed.
that. Think outside the box.
Yes, indeed. Anything to get beyond the last era's enactments of foolishness. We do what we do. Islam. There were a couple of other things that we willed to bring forth. There were some visualizations that we were going to bring. This one is about our appellations and things of that nature. Justice Rayal, if you would send an email to Justice Amzite with your information. So, and anyone else who wills to be a part of that group. And again, we endorse all groups because even if there's, and I'm not saying this about your group, but you know, even if there are Moors who may not be as up to speed as other Moors in the group, and so on and so forth, we say at least study. So there's a visualization, just something to think about. With regard to, again, our ancient bloodline and birthright. So this is proof that we've been here since time immemorial. And this occurred to me just this morning. The ancestors showed me this. If someone were to ask you what is the name or appellation, rather, of your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, could you tell them? And do you know her birthday, her born day? And do you know where she was born? See, you can answer some of these questions just by knowing who we are. Okay. I know that every other generation, there was someone in my matriarchal line named Pauline. Every other generation, they made sure that they kept the name Pauline in the family. So my mother's mother, her appellation was Pauline. And then her mother's name, which was my great-grandmother, her appellation, rather, was Pearl. And Pearl was a derivative of Pauline. So her mother's name, appellation, was Pauline. So that's already 5 generations back, 5 or 6 generations back. And every other generation prior to that, there was a Pauline in our in our matriarchal line. Now, when do I know her born day? Yes, her born day was August the 3rd. It was August the 3rd. How do I know that? Because the day that I was born, they were all born again. And that's the same way that it is with you. The day that you were born, all of your entire bloodline, all the way back since before time immemorial, they were born again in you. Our bloodline is uncorrupted. It never has been anything other than nobility, pure wealth, pure knowledge, pure information, pure government, pure law, the day that you were born, the day that you were conceived or inceived, because inception is probably a better word. I'm sure it is a better word. In the womb, so was every bloodline since time immemorial of your bloodline. And because there's no end to our bloodline, that is what absolutely validates our claims. It's yet another something that validates our claims.
Islam, can you open the call for Empress Rosetta, please?
Islam. Yes. We are our ancestors returned. So now let's do another visualization here, just something to think about. That's the only reason we bring these different topics up. We've commanded some things that are on our estate, on our vast estate. Just think about this. Do you know what to do with what you have commanded? The domiciles, the conveyances, the money which you already have, your kin nationalized and all of that. Do you know what to do once those things have manifested for you? Where Morris Sovereign Delarium is concerned, our ancestors have given us ample time to actually remember how to use our money in ways that are wise and multiplicative. In other words, it will cause our estate to grow. We had someone to put a comment under one of our videos on YouTube about how we should about an amount that we gifted to another nation. We gifted 10,000 to each one in the nation, in all nations really, for starters, even though everyone has 100 million in the trust. And the reason we did it that way is because just like us, everyone has to remember how to use their money, because there are documents that go with Delarium. So Justice Willie, whom we honor, asked a question earlier about, can he take Delarium down to Walmart and this place and that place? You must know that documents accompany that, and actually documents precede that. Delarium precedes that. We must properly state the address of that place. We have to bring the place onto the land first. And we must be properly proclaimed. Our identity and the identity of the persons that we own must be properly. So it is a process, but that is how everything was done previously in the previous era by the actors. We learned from the actors, and then we restated everything. So, yes, here's the thing. $100 million is to whom can demonstrate $100 million competently. Anyone can have that in their possession, knowing how to use it. And if you're not sure how to use it, don't worry about that right now. Learn the processes of government. Learn the processes of government. And then you will know that you can take $5 or $5 million down anywhere and get whatever it is and acquire everything. One other topic regarding word magic and the word late. Does anyone know why a dead person was referred to as the late so-and-so, the late John Doe? Does anyone know why that is? Especially knowing that we don't die. Think about that. Why was a dead person referred to as the late so-and-so, the late John Doe, the late Joe Smith?
Islam,
Empress.
Well, and just circling back to what we previously stated about time, does it have to do with time for that person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And when they appear living, see, we've appeared on the land living. We're the living. So we're no longer late. We're right on time.
That part.
Okay. So it's all about the timing. When the fraud, and this is why time is so important in court actions, and that's why they always stamp things with a time and a date and, the name of that quote unquote court. If you show up at their time, you're automatically going to be dead, considered dead and late. But we precede everyone else. The living comes first. That's why we're never late. And because we have properly stated the calendars and the time and the space, we can never be late and we can never die. Meanwhile, now again, no one could have said that you were the late so-and-so this and that unless you first confessed to being that. So meanwhile, when you were on the job and you were employed instead of employing others, you would confess to being late. And they got you in the habit of looking at the clock and saying, oh, I'm going to be late. Oh, I'm going to be dead. That's why, number one, our courts were so important and doing everything by court action. And number two, time stamping everything we do. So at the bottom of each and every one of our affidavits, here, we'll go back to our fiduciary affidavit and just make a quick presentment here. And it is legal sized, and that will make it everything center properly and everything. At the bottom of all of our documents, we have court timestamps. You see? And it doesn't matter where the court is or who it is, we're the head magistrate, so we put that down there. And then we put a chronos here, this August 3rd chronos time right here at the bottom. Of all of our affidavits. And then we have our Supreme Court for the United States, our Moorish American Consulate and Moorish American Consular Court. Every Moor has the authority to use everything we have here. And then we notarize our own documents from District for Columbia. And then we put our stamps and seals. And then we put a small G right here Just a moment. Let me pull that over. This thing that looks like the compass and the Masonic compass, we put a small G in there in red, or you can put a capital G in blue in there, whichever you're led to do. This one right here. Okay. So that's why time is so important, because all we're doing is lining everything up with who we are. And the fact that we know we control time. They talk about time travel and things of that nature. We're never late. Never been dead. Never. And that's the correlation between, or connection between, those things and all events. Islam nobility.
Do you have any videos on the history of the consulate?
Yes, we do. Thank you for that one. Let's go to YouTube really quickly. Yes, we do. Let me see. It would be, you can put in the rudder and the sextant and go right here to 9 My News. This right here, this video shows when, just a moment. Let me shut this up really quick. That's a commercial of some kind. Hold on, just one moment.
You can't put it with this video, or that's gonna be out the way.
Here it is right here. This is where we went to House of Reawakening Minds at Delaware Territory, and our Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey. Just one moment. There's a little bit of an echo. He commissioned us, and that, yes, that's me. I know it don't look like me, but that's me in the middle. And that's my brother Shalemore. He and I come from the same Stargate. That's my older brother.
With the orange on?
No, right here. The one with the microphone who's speaking.
Okay.
He's not wearing a fez. He didn't even have a fez at the time, but he was. But I got him one. And then this was the day. This was on May 18th, 2018, when our Grand Sheikh Taj and the Moors came together to send us on our way out to do Moorish consulate and Moorish government work. It's a little over 3-hour video, but this is when we started doing our part of the consular and government work. So the Moorish National Republic federal government sent us and the Moorish American Consulate, to do Moorish American Consulate and government work on this day. So this was essentially our inauguration for us to go out and do the work. And so we've been doing that ever since. So if you will, to see history of the Moorish American Consulate and the Moorish American Consular Court, and even the Moorish National Republic federal government, which existed before we even started, before we even woke up. The Moorish National Republic federal government is ancient. We just took up the mantle for our part of doing the work of empire.
Right, I get it. I'm talking about just under you.
Under me, you can go back to the very first video, and we'll show you that here. Let's see. Let's go to our page, and we'll just show you really quickly where that came from. Because we didn't have a page before that. We didn't even have, we didn't have a YouTube or anything before we were sent. And then once we were sent, we went.
Right, but on that video right there, though, he's telling you the history of the period, though, right? Y'all doing the history right there, though?
Yes, he's talking. We're talking. Shalay Moore is talking about all that had to do with the consulate and how we came into this work. And it was not gigantic fanfare in terms of the previous era's media and things. It was, fortunately for us, Moorish media that covered what we did. So, and then on our channel, there are several videos. Just a moment.
No, I was saying, though, Moors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I was going to say I overstand because Moors a lot of times do got a deeply esoteric side to us, so I'm familiar with that. Everything ain't going to be known.
Well, it is known. That's it. That's just it. It's right there in the video. Everything is there.
Well, I mean, like, for instance, if you're not a Moor, more than likely you don't know a Moor. That's just usually how it be. So that's how I be seeing it.
Mm-hmm. Correct. That's true to a degree. Fortunately, through the work that all of us have been doing, all Moors have been doing, there are a lot more Moors who know who they are today than ever.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So on our channel, if you go to Live, these are some of the first videos, and you could tell that our ancestors were starting to put to make it so that things got a little less public. But you can look at the videos here. This video right here, this Moorish American government revokes all foreign presumed corporate trusts. That's some of our history. Our history is here in these videos, and then if you click on the word video and go all the way down to the bottom, in fact, you can just hit the word oldest, and you'll see here our video on liens got 52,000 views. But again, the minute we started putting the truth out there, the ancestors said, okay, we're gonna have to hide this one. We're gonna have to hide her. And it wasn't just me, it was all of us that were being hidden until the time is right, because we were all doing this together. So that's the history there. If you look at some of these, you see our courts start to manifest, where we did some of our earliest court actions. We announced the 666 trillion that we put on the public record that we're using now. We're pulling from that 666 trillion with our bonds. So as many Moors as will to bond can bond. There's enough for everyone. National government announces universal recognition. This video right here, this one is again our history, where we were just announcing who we are and all of that. We really, with this particular video, we just willed to let everyone know that all it takes is for us to recognize ourselves. We didn't need anyone else to recognize us. And then others started putting those things together as well. Others started announcing the things we were doing on other channels and things of that nature. So the history is there. And then we also have our brother Shalay Moore has recordings of some of the consular things, such as when our Grand Sheikh Taj agreed to be the consular general and things like that. All of that stuff took place and was recorded and placed on the public record, and many who were with us at that time remember those things. So at some point we started on a calendar of events. We're going to continue putting that calendar in a more concatenated or abbreviated state. Not abbreviated, but shorter. calendar of events so that the history can be easily looked at and seen and known of when we did things. We have the dates in our memory banks, but there are others who maybe were not with us at that time. So yeah, to answer your question, there is history.
Right, because I'm thinking like the consulate, to me anyway, it's separate than like all the other Moorish stuff. So I'm like, it got to have its own timeline and stuff.
It's not separate from any. Not separate from any. All Moors, at their will, are a part of the consulate, and not only are they a part of the consulate, they are justices and judges for the consulate and the government.
Islam, I know what you're saying, like, but everybody politics ain't like yours. I'm talking about other groups. They politics, shoo.
It doesn't have to be. Our job is to keep our door open because that's the bloodline. This is kind of like the mafia. The mafia got their thing from, they were called the mafia for a reason, because you can't get out of it. You got the blood and the birthright. You can't, there's no, nobody booting anybody out. You can't boot somebody out of their bloodline. So we're all one, whether they believe it, whether they say it, even if they say we're not, we are. It just is. And this is the good thing, all of the benefits that we've put on the public record is for all Moors, whether they like us or not. We don't even, that's not why we do what we do. We do what we do because we all have an estate. Period. And our ancestors said, come together and express that. Thus, and express trust. And so, they cannot, it can be a thing where people decide, oh, we don't have nothing to do with the consulate. Oh, yes, you do. Only when you say so, though, because you're sovereign and we can't tell you what to do. That's all. We love everybody. And a lot of that stuff, nobility, we don't hear because the ancestors don't put it in our timeline for us to look at, because we got bigger fish to fry than someone not liking us or someone saying, oh, they're not with us and we not with them. Whatever. Let's keep moving. Work to do. And we're not overrunning anybody. We honor the work that all Moors are doing. We just don't take the time to do things that don't have anything to do with the law, because the law says we're one. The law says we're one. Let me say that once more because it's a spell. The law says we are one.
Right. You being nice about it, but in actuality, everybody under the law. Islam.
Well, not everybody's. We're not under the law because we are the law. So the word "under" is the thing there. We're not under it. We are the law. And nobility. We feel your spirit and what you're saying in the spirit realm, and we agree. We affirm that we're one. We're one. The Circle 7 says we're one, doesn't it?
Yeah, but according to the Circle 7, we might as well all be in a monastery. Don't kill a bug and all that. It's a lot of there that a lot of people don't be pointing to. They just look at 1, 2 words and be like, yeah, that's what it is. But I say the whole Circle 7 a lot. So,
well, the Circle 7 has to be restated. See, people aren't saying that part either, because it's not in the intentioned original state that it was in when it was originally intentioned by our ancestors. Those are copies that over time people have added and changed and talking about part and partial and all of that. No, it must be properly restated. And here's the thing, the matriarchs must restate the Circle 7 from their perspective because they are the heads of the nation. All matriarchs are the head of the nation because you birthed the nations. We birthed the nations. The Circle 7 must be restated. It must be, because there was even some corruption in that, where someone was trying to make us part and partial, which is that's not what that says. And here's the thing, we're not even part, we're all. But see, that's the matriarchs. We have to do that. We have to state that we're the all in the bylaws and things of that nature. So matriarchs, we must continue to move forward with the restating of everything. Everything. All that stuff you see out on the public record where people want to argue about stuff that's written in black ink by others and they didn't write it. Don't argue about stuff you didn't write. Write the law, write the vision and make it plain so that he that sees it will read it and run with it. How do we address fraud and occupation on our land? Fraud and occupation are not on our land. That means we got to get on our own land. And we're there already. And then make sure everything else is on the land. See, even those places that are fake courts, you can bring those onto the land, but you must, if you think you're going there, you must properly put the address as a land address. And then the fiduciary document says you have, it expresses your authority to do so. It doesn't give you the authority, you already have the authority to state that you're not going to go anywhere that's not on the land. Because yes, even commerce that's out there on the waters got some land underneath it. Water is not suspended in animation. It's got land under there. So with that being stated, we had a whole, the correlation and connection between being late and being on time. We do not die, therefore time was created by us to move matter around from one dimension to another so that the matter can only be viewed, seen, and experienced in the proper time-space continuum. In order for death or debt to work, time had to be manipulated, and it didn't even work. It was being acted out. But again, we stated the proper calendar, where we put the year first, then the month, and then the day, because that's really the order of events. Today, we will vote, and we were going to have a vote, but we did this already, so we don't have to do it today because we did it already. But today, aligning all calendars at all dimensions and all spaces under our sovereign authority is one calendar, hereby synchronizing all our laws, all our creations, all our statements, and all other. We previously stated that we are synchronizing all calendars and all sun, moon, and star dials, and all other time and space, weights and measures under our sovereign authority. We are doing this to synchronize, which is what Cinco de Mayo was really about, all systems to include post office, postal service, banking, court, transportation, shipping, natural and universal, government, national, local, economic, wealth. Here, that word economic is wealth. Let's spell wealth that way. We spelled it with an E earlier, but we'll spell it that way because that's how it's pronounced. Wealth, environmental, ancient, and all other systems. We have already aligned all systems with our ancient, original, indigenous, sovereign, divine laws to include the Constitution for the United States. This document is the law by which redemption is achieved. Redemption is not negotiable and is not transferable. The Redeemer lives. Now, when we say that the redemption is not negotiable and is not transferable, that means that anyone who's in their proper status, the Constitution applies to you. If they're not in their proper status, it does not apply. But we've seen that be acted out. We've seen that already. So we're not saying anything that wasn't already acted out. So in conclusion of this, or inclusion of this particular Congress, When you restate the addresses and you're sending out notification, it would be prudent and competent to send with that a copy of the Constitution that you have restated and rewritten. We have a copy of that in the 40 documents. I believe there's a copy of the Constitution that you can just download, autograph, put your autograph at the bottom in either red ink or blue ink, and send that with your documentation. You only have to send it one time or publish it one time, and then it's going to launch itself and apply and be aligned and in accordance with everything else that you do. We have been inspired to send it more often now that we're actually going out onto the land and tributing Delarium to the people, and they're using it. They need to know where they are. Islam. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom? Islam nobility.
I got one statement. Moors that's listening to any Moors, and especially this Congress, we can't forget that it's divine and national at the same time. And that's what this is. That's exactly what this is.
Yes.
And I yield.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's divine, but it's also national. It's wealth, it's estate, it's trust law, it's all of that. And that all of that is encompassed in universal, divine, and national movement.
So that's the spirit of what our ancestors, the pen is mightier than the sword.
All day, every day. We don't even need guns. I'm going to just tell you we don't need them. Because our pen is more powerful than any gun you can come up with.
I affirm. Islam.
Guns don't move until they have some paper. So, with that being stated, happy, 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 happy Matriarchs Day. Without the matriarchs, there would be no nation. We're so grateful that the matriarchs are here and standing and competent and wealthy. We're so grateful to each matriarch. We honor you, we love you, and thank you for saving the whole earth. Islam. With that being stated, we will go ahead and adjourn until, and it's not really adjourning, we will meet again on Thursday at 7 post-meridian, and it's really pre-meridian, 7 p.m. Thursday on the same platform. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Empress Angel, if you'll stay for just a moment, I'd like to have just a few moments with you, Empress Angel. And, yeah, Empress Angel.
Islam, yeah.
Islam.
Islam, peace and grand rising.
Islam, peace and love.
Islam, peace and love.
Gratitude, man.
Islam.
Enjoy.
Justice Willie, thank you for being here as well.
Islam, peace and love.
Great rising, Islam.
Peace and love.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
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 Greatest gratitude, sister.
Islam. Thank you, nobility, for being here. Islam.
Gratitude. Peace
Islam.
and love. Empress life.
Yes, indeed. Islam.
Thank you for all your hard work.
You're welcome. You know I love you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the hard work because I've learned a lot.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. I was, thank you for saying that. I'm glad you stayed.
Oh man, I can't turn around.
Yeah. Yeah. It's worth it.
I can't go back. But I like how you're expressing how serious it is to stop using fiat.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to have so much. We have so much more without it. We have everything without it. We're just going to continue to prove that. And here's one thing I know about the Moors is that, they They do will to see someone using, doing things, and we're doing that. We just don't feel led to put everything out on, yet on the public record. But we're getting there with them, with the Moors.
Yeah.
It's important. It's important because that's like somebody said, that's the final frontier for the Moors. That fiat,
Yeah, I put like a notification on my Facebook page about how this is what I believe is just my thoughts,
Yeah.
That the fiat, to me, is the plague that cursed America, and it's demonic. And that curse is that generational curse that we have been suffering from. And so we break that generational curse of using a fiat, we're always going to be in this position. I mean, I'm talking about a people of every people, all of us.
Yeah.
The subjects got to be thankful, be subjects, and and then the heirs just have to wake up and just say, look, this is our land. Let's take it back.
Yeah.
And let's get in alignment and claim our nationality and start using fiat. Start using Delirium, sovereign gold-backed Delirium.
Yes.
Because they got our ancestors that you found, that they can find the bones of them. They can't find the bones of the ones they, now I ain't going to get into that, but, I just want to, I didn't really mean to go this far, but I just want to appreciate you. You have helped me with the controlling your you always say control your energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's helped. That's what got me over the hump.
Yeah. Justice Akil, you just don't know how encouraged I am by that, because sometimes we, more step aside because they're not willing to do that, and they are robbing themselves when they don't control their energy. Because look at what's happening. Look at all the awesomeness that's happening with our nation. Because people are learning to control their energies. We're such powerful beings. We cannot afford to be going around slinging energy everywhere like that.
Right.
We're too powerful for that.
I can't lie. There's times that I disagree with a lot of things you say.
I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm not surprised.
I express myself about it out loud because I got to deal with it. So I express myself depending on who I'm talking to about it.
Yeah.
And I'm being honest because, every leader had people talking about him.
Yeah.
All his followers. Everybody goes through that. But guess what? I knew where the truth was.
Well, fortunately for me, my work is easy because I don't lead anybody. I lead processes, but I don't lead people. And so, when they, Justice Akil, just know that I feel you on that. I feel you on that. And great minds will have their own way of thinking about things. We were meant to be that way. So, my thing is I'm just glad that you stayed so that you could, so that we could get these processes perfected and get them done. And here we are.
I remember when you told us to get that 42 documents on a public record. I didn't run through it, but I was inspired then.
Yeah.
Because I was like, if I don't do this, then I don't have no foundation. And so I said, you know what? I got to do this. And then right after we got done the 42 documents, you hit us up with now restate your state's constitution and put the charter on it, and put the charter, and then put the meets and bounds on the public record.
Yeah.
And I was inspired through the whole time. I remember when we was looking for the national area code. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of easy to find it, and then they took it down. You couldn't find it.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to go this far, but that's just some of the things that I was learning when I was coming through since 2021. We, being on the call with you, and the sister that turned me on to you, Empress, like her name was Grace from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I remember Empress Grace and her consort.
Yeah, Empress Grace. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
if you speak to her, just send her our love.
Oh, I will.
I hear from her every now and then. I get an email from her every now and then.
She said she did.
So anyway, I had asked Empress Angel to.
Okay. All right. You have a good night.
She did send something. She sent something.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm grateful to receive her. She sent a Delarium donation, I believe.
I think she was trying to get her the driver's license.
Oh, okay. I haven't received anything from her along those lines, but
she said she sent a piece of silver or something. She sent you.
I haven't received anything yet, so just have her to check the mail, the tracking and things. Yeah, and tell her just give her a hug for us, and her consort, and her heirs as well. I think she had 2 heirs when she came here. So with that being stated, just to kill, I'm glad you're here. Peace and love. Indeed. It's fine.